I gotcha.
Yeah, no worries. And thanks for being a champ about it, Tony. It's just that, we've kind of been fighting this battle for, as you know, five, six
Yep.
months, right? And
Yep.
it's a bit of a
Yep.
shit sandwich, not gonna lie.
No,
And,
sure.
and and although I appreciate the other concerns, like there was a doctor who came up at the beginning of the invasion and said, I've seen videos of Ukrainians heading to the bomb shelters, but they don't have masks or air purifiers. So a few people had a bit of a laugh, right? They're like, "Come on!" And although just so you're aware, no one's worrying about heat
Yep.
or
Yep.
air conditioning at the moment, right? I mean, they'll be worrying about heat in 6 months, but let's hope it doesn't last that long. I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead, Gurney.
Yeah, to Yehuda's point there, Gray Mouser. Let's hope it doesn't last that long. It may perhaps last that long, but if we try to assume that it will last that long, we can circumvent efforts to end it now. I'm not saying it
Yep.
will end now, but I'm saying this is,
No.
you're putting one in front of the other. In Gray Mouser, you have the unfortunate experience of following up here another South African voice, whether that's good or bad or indifferent or otherwise. But we've had some South African compatriots come up here with some fear mongering from the Russian embassy in South Africa and some compatriots from South Africa to sort of talk about an impending winter doom and gloom. And so while it makes the news headlines, I mean, I certainly don't want people to misunderstand you to think
Sure.
that you're passing up Ukrainian suffering in the here and now. I mean, actual and real,
Yeah.
tangible Ukrainian suffering, that you're thinking it from the perspective of a comfort status of winter and possible freezing when people are dying here and now. I mean, certainly you
Sure.
wouldn't want to be misinterpreted that way. So I thought I'd step up for you here and
Okay.
just
Thank you.
clarify that. So thank you, Master.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So if I'm going to start a fundraising thing, it's to buy another Bayraktar.
Barracker might be too much, but even if it's, listen, one NVG, one thermal,
Yep.
you don't
Okay.
have to buy a Bayraktar. If you can help people to
If not,
buy
if
things that will save Ukrainian people's lives now, it's a good thing. Maria.org, if you want to go to that site there,
yes, yes,
Tony.
I'm aware that is your not provider, but
Yeah, and I
you're under right.
apologize. Yeah, I apologize. You know what? We're all a bit of some of us are more emotional than others. I am too.
Sure.
And my wife has lost family already, and so it hits home.
Uh,
Um, and
I'm
so
sorry.
sometimes it's not your fault. You're not Putin, but sometimes I get it wrong, and I was a little rude to you. So I want to again extend my apologies.
That's okay.
Um,
That's all right.
yeah,
No need.
no,
Oh,
hundred
All
percent.
right, we have a number of hands. Thank you
Go ahead.
okay.
for
Thank you.
coming up,
Thank you. Okay.
Gray Mouser, Sojo, and then James.
Thank you, Finance. I just had a comment for Grey Mouser. I mean, you are after all very far away from Ukraine, so possibly like doing a sort of a fundraising campaign to give directly to the Ukrainian government. Have a U20 U. Oh gosh, is it called U24? Something like this. You can find it on the government Twitter pages, where I'm sure if the war is prolonged and they'll be fighting over winter, I'm sure that some of this funding will help to uh, you know keep Ukrainian homes warm, for example, if that's a necessity. So they know what they need. They know what they need at any given time. They're the best people that know what's needed because they're right there. And of course, there's other aid organizations in Ukraine, like Come Back Alive. I mean, you know of Maria Aid, of course. But if you are concerned about, the humanitarian costs too, um, donating directly to the government would be the most efficient way of contributing, I would say. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out.
All right, and Our next hand should be James, but he dropped and came back, so I'm guessing he lost his mic. If he does get back in, maybe, possibly,
Yeah.
sort of.
Sorry, finance. I'm back. I got hit in the back of the head by Twitter, I guess.
Twitter's having a special day.
It's interesting, anyway. Yeah, but I don't know. Gray Mouse, I think it is, right? I mean, I get caught up in the opposite.
Anthony. His name's Anthony.
Can you hear? I don't know if you guys can hear me, but yeah, I get caught up in the opposite, and I usually get. It's important to think like that, but I don't know how we can defend. We've already identified what we need to defend. We need to stop the aggressor. That's it. This man's a bully. And it needs to end. You're right. But it needs to end so it doesn't happen again. Anyway, I got to go back to my laptop, but thank you, guys. I'm going to step down.
Thanks, James. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry, finance. Yeah, listen, I think we've addressed it. I don't want to pile on Anthony or Tony anymore, but you know what? It's always good to be circumspect, and appreciate that sometimes someone might have an idea that doesn't jive with what we're thinking at the time, and it's not coming from a bad place, and I appreciate it, Tony. It's just that it's one of those things that we're on the precipice where we're looking at a Ukrainian counteroffensive where, God willing, they'll just really sock it to the Russians. And good point. Let's why don't we switch gears and bring up some friends of the show. We'd love to have people come up and share with us. Gurney, you had a question or a comment you made earlier, and we had to cut you off.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, no, my comment was just in the general, more abstract version of it, right? Talking about the here and now. I'm sure Ukrainians are worried about winter, but one of the things we haven't heard in conversation from Ukrainians much is their concern for us about winter. They've been more concerned with thanking us, even though they don't have to, and with extending their courtesies to us for our support for them. So I just wanted to bring it back to the here and now, right? This is August of 2022, and a lot could happen between now and then. And sure, there's a long-term planning consideration, there's short-term planning considerations. There's all of those, but I don't want to short circuit the process to think about those narratives or to think about just the winter, right? Because that winter is sort of this crutch, this sort of calamity point in which Russia wants a lot of these decisions to be made and which could force decisions to be made. I mean, it is August of 2022. There's a lot that could happen between now and then, and we've certainly talked about it in this forum, a lot of those scenarios that could happen. So I don't think it's misplaced when people have these concerns, but it was just, I haven't heard. While it is a concern for Ukrainians, one of the truly honest things of this is when we have Ukrainians come here to give us dialogue and speak to us, they have never been concerned for us. They have only, even though their day-to-day concerns are 100%, they have everything to deal with in their world that we don't. They still extend us the humility and the humbleness and the gratitude for the help that we're giving them. So it's just a little different when we hear them express or people that might claim to be them express those concerns. So I just wanted to point that out and just say, it's August. There's a lot between here and now. And there's a lot of considerations. If this is over in 2 or 3 months or 4 months or 5 months or 10 months or 2 years, however that is, we don't want to. We want to help them. We want to do everything we can in the here and now. We also want to plan for those long-term considerations. But it's just we've been graced with a few South Africans on the space before with the Russian ambassador. And it's just just hearing the patterns and the narratives. We just want to make sure that Gray Mouser has true concerns for Ukraine. That's all my comment was.
Well, that's fair. Thanks, Gurney. Yeah, you know what? I think we all get caught up on the shoot first and ask questions later, perhaps. It's not just a voice from a part of Africa or India that gets us going. Sometimes it's a South African voice that or that an Afrikaner voice that concerns us, and we're all guilty of that sometimes. Constantine, Ukrainian voice. Can you add something to this? Is this something? What are Ukrainians thinking about right now? What do they want?
Well, as a Ukrainian, I can speak only for myself and people I know. We want victory. That's all. I think the victory will bring stability to both an energy market, to international relationship, to absolutely everything. If it's gonna be anything else other than victory, it's gonna only complicate things. So for us, reality is that only victory will solve this problem for everyone.
How do you get victory, Constantine? How do you get victory? Heaters?
Oh, heaters. Yeah. Why the fuck do we need heaters? I'm sorry. I probably missed something.
No, it's that's why I appreciate Tony and stuff, but we kind of got a bit of flack from some of the listeners. Ukrainians don't want heaters. They're not worried about the heat in the winter, and we know it's important. And if someone has the wherewithal and the time and energy to make a charity or an organization, please don't buy heaters. They could burn trees or the uniforms of Russians who have not made it. But Ukraine needs weapons. We had a former cabinet minister on earlier in the day, Ina News or something or other, and she said outright, we appreciate all the help. We appreciate you talking about us. We appreciate you speaking truth to power. And she's a cabinet minister. She said, what we need are guns. Things that go boom, boom, boomsticks. Just give it and tell your leaders to give it to us. A good piece of news, ATACMS. We called it out. They were in the country a month ago, and miraculously, the American government has said they're authorized. We're gonna send them. Guess what? They're already there. They might have already been used. Shh, don't tell anybody. This is a tipping point. The Americans don't back losers, whether you like America or not. They want to help, and when they say we're all in, they're all in. So I am so very happy today that my friend Chuck Ferrer, Navy SEAL extraordinaire, has reached out to everyone, and he said they're there. He has, as a Navy SEAL, he probably has a lot of really cool, super smart friends who've been able to give him some inside information. I don't know who they are. It's not really relevant. But speaking of the devil, why am I not a co-host, Finance or Tyler or someone? We've got Chuck coming on up. Chuck.
I'm trying to get Chuck in. Hopefully Chuck does get in. We're having an extra special Twitter day.
Yeah, Chuck's my neighbor, by the way, everyone.
Welcome up.
I think I'm here.
A man famous for being Yehuda's neighbor.
It's tough.
Chuck and I had a fight in the backyard. I won, and I'm like, I got you. And he's like, oh my God, you're stronger than any SEAL I ever met. He's 65. I'm much younger, and I feel it's not a fair victory, but I'll take it. What do you think, Chuck?
There's no such thing as a fair fight. And if you can't talk your way out of it to begin with, it's going to end badly. So,
fair enough. Chuck could actually eat my head off. He could literally probably bite half of my face off and have me for dinner. Love you, Chuck. Thanks so much.
You got it, man.
Chuck, we've been talking. Yeah, why is everyone laughing at that? Why is that funny to you, David and Soldier? They're like, Chuck killed you. All right, yeah, I get it. Chuck, can we talk? I think you heard us brag about ATACMS in country. When they were authorized today, do you really think they're on their way there, or they're already there?
Well, that's a hard one. I think they probably are already there.
No.
And exactly, it's hard to tell from the study of what I call Russian phenology, because the Russians are constantly earlier in the war they pulled up a bunch of wreckage with wood screws in it and said they had shot down a switchblade loitering munition. Just recently, I believe today, they trotted out some fins that may or may not have belonged to a HARM missile, which is a high-altitude anti-radiation missile, which I believe it is confirmed that they're in the hands of the Ukrainian Air Force now. Those missiles are extraordinarily good at locating enemy radars, both air defense and air control radars, and also the Russians, probably more than any other armed force, they use a lot of battlefield radar, which is something that we don't use very much. Surface battlefield radar, we tend to use JSTARS and airborne platforms for battlefield surveillance. But
what does battlefield radar mean for the uninformed?
well, it would mean you've got an airplane up in the sky and it can beam radar beams at the ground. And on a good day, it can tell you where enemy vehicles are, where their armor is, all the little bits and bobs that come with an army.
Because of the electrical emissions, the EW emissions those vehicles are giving off via the radio.
Both that and because they're illuminated with radar beams from the airborne platform as well. One of the reasons I say on a good day, because for every measure there is an electronic countermeasure, and the Russians, you wouldn't know it, but they have a very well developed electronic countermeasure capability. They have a very good electronic warfare capability all across the board. The problem is that they've got good stuff, but it doesn't always work. And one of the problems in the Ukraine war is the Russians have good EW stuff, but their crews tend to run away from them and leave all the doors open. There's been some very, very sophisticated Russian electronic warfare equipment that's just been abandoned by its crews, and including very important satellite jamming capabilities, just all kinds of stuff. The Russians have lost it.
Crypto cards left in vehicles and the crew run away?
All of that.
What's a crypto card, Chuck?
Well, it's something that if you lose your career's over. So it would be basically today's codes. And in a worst case situation, next week's codes as well.
Right. So it's, as you know, it's a physical piece of hardware that pulls out of a radio, right? It's what you're supposed to shoot if you're a SIGI, if you're abandoning your vehicle, correct?
Exactly. And in most NATO gears, and I think Yehuda can tell you this, if something's really important in the American military, chances are there's a thermite grenade taped to the side of it. And what you're supposed to do, if you're overwhelmed, overrun, or it looks like this thing's going to be captured, you pull the pin on this thermite grenade. It doesn't go off with a boom. It starts shooting burning magnesium out of its bottom, and it'll basically burn through anything. Just like the movie Alien, when the blood was coming through the top deck and dripping down. So it's been a constant source of amazement to me that they would run away from this sorts of equipment. We've seen battalion and regimental communications gear abandoned, all manner of communications vehicles, satellite countermeasures, air defense systems with their radars still turning. I keep banging the morale drum, but it shows every day that a lot of the Russian army, man, they're done with this war.
No, 100%. We have a few hands up in the audience there. David, we've got a bit of a communication problem. Please do come up. We're going to add you. If Jason Giroux wants to come up, please do. We have other speakers that are trying to connect. It's nothing personal. It's Twitter. It's us, not you. David, go ahead.
Good evening, Yehuda, and thanks very much for hosting the space, and Maria Report for hosting the space. Chuck, it's great to hear you speak in the space.
Thank you.
I always enjoy your expertise and insight. I had a question directed to both yourself, Chuck, and to finance. Yeah. It was about both the missiles that were announced today as being quote-unquote permitted, although for the past 3 days we've seen significant strikes that would hint at a different kind of munition that's been in theatre. So I would just like to understand how that functions and flies and works. And then the second part of the question would be more finances, but I'd be happy to listen to anybody's answer if they had it. There was an announcement today, was it?
Mic check.
I
We
think
lost you, David.
Oh, that's too bad.
He was about to tell us the meaning of life, and now we've lost him.
David, we lost you. Come back up, buddy. that kind of day. Sounded
there
like
he
he
is.
was asking about Atacams, and I'd love to hear Chuck talk about Atacams. That's the greatest news I heard all day.
Yeah, it looks like, and again, when I'm a SEAL, I never get to play with any of the cool toys, really. What was announced as
Right.
a transfer?
The cool toys you play with are your hands and you kill people, but yeah, you don't get to have any good fun. Jesus.
That's
well,
terrifying.
well, this what they what they transferred in were the MGM 140 tactical missile system. It is a solid fuel surface to surface missile. It's got a range of up to 190 miles, and for those of us who don't use Imperial, that's literally a 300-kilometer range. These missiles use GPS navigation to hit a target, so you literally just pop in an 8-digit grid coordinate, and the missile will fly to that location. They're launched not quite on a ballistic trajectory, but they go up to approximately 160,000 feet, which is basically astronaut country. And in fact, I literally think it is. I think to be an astronaut, you have to fly above 120,000 feet. The Russian air defense likes to say that they can shoot these things down, but we've seen that they cannot. Its terminal dive on the target is listed as above Mach 3, which is 3 times the speed of sound. As far as I know, they're not quite on a ballistic trajectory. They can juke a little bit, but I think just the speed of their approach and a nearly perpendicular approach to the target makes them almost impossible to shoot down. These missiles can be fired from the M270 HIMARS system and the 142 HIMARS. Those two differ. One has tracks and one has wheels, but they are substantially the same. There's a variety of warheads for the HIMARS. One of them is a Mark 48, what they call a quick reaction unitary variant. It basically has on it the 500-pound WDU explosive and penetration warhead. That's essentially what is delivered by a Harpoon missile. So this thing, when it gets there, 500 pounds of C4 is really going to solve almost any problem you could have on Earth. It's also capable of deploying submunitions, cluster bombs, anti-armor missiles, area denial missiles. But the big news is that if you have got a weapon that you can fire from 300 kilometers away from your enemy, you're almost immune to counter battery fire because they've got to find you in a circle whose radius is 300 kilometers, and that's essentially half the country. So this is a very good.
They could be hiding out in Kiev, no? They could be having a coffee at the local cafe, you know?
Exactly, and we're talking with shoot and scoot here because this HIMARS vehicle is driving down the road. They're going to get to a predetermined spot where they've got pre-calculated the firing solutions. They're going to set up, and I think this thing can probably fire within 5 minutes of getting to somewhere. And then they retract the launch pod, and they are off again to some other place. So this is a really important weapon, and every night, I think I made a bet a week ago that we'd have an ammunition explosion every night, and I don't think I've lost that bet yet because we're going to just keep seeing that happening.
I heard you make that bet, and I thought it was a stretch, but I'm happy to have been wrong.
I'll be happy to hold you to that, and a little pint of Guinness would do me just fine.
Oh, lovely. I look forward to it.
Me too.
Thank you very much for your answer. I'm sorry that it was annoying that I got dropped down and came back up. The second one was kind of for yourself and for finance. I read that there's $1 billion announced today in aid for Ukraine, and I wondered, was that the same $1 billion mentioned at the end of last week, or is today's announcement a fresh billion out of the money that is set aside?
That's a finance question, and I always defer to the guy who pays the bills.
Finance has not paid our phone bill for a while. That's why we've been crashing. The $1 billion announced last week is the $1 billion that was called for today.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a dorky finance employee. I don't pay anything. I can get fired real easy around here. They just
Don't ask
don't
me.
have
I
any
just work
muscle
here.
memory. Chuck, while we've got you and we're on the topic of Atacams, I see Constantine and John's hands are up. I'll ask my questions after theirs. They may ask a better version of my question because they're better with anything military than I am. So I'd like to go to our Ukrainian veteran Constantine, then our rocket scientist John, and maybe I'll have something interesting to say when they're done. Constantine.
I just wanted to comment, not ask something, that Russian strategy in intercepting missiles that are supplied by NATO countries are not shutting them down. It's absorbing them with their equipment. It's just, it's a fact that we've been watching for a long time.
Who can top that? Well, you've seen the M14 highway bridge in Kherson it's taken some more hits, and there was this classic photograph of a Russian combat engineer standing on the bridge with a clipboard, looking at a hole that went all the way down into the river. And I'm just thinking, really, you're not gonna fill that with dirt and pave it over with asphalt. So that bridge, we may get to see the 42nd Combined Arms Army running across that bridge, but you're not going to see vehicles going across it. It's not going to happen.
John?
Thank you, Finance, and thank you for hopping on once more, Chuck.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
What I wanted to ask you was, we've received confirmation earlier today from the Pentagon that we have in fact provided AGM-88Ds, the HARMs that are being launched from presumably modified Ukrainian MiG-29s, potentially supplied by our friends in Poland. What I'm curious about is the potential for integrating seed strikes using HARMs, with essentially SOF units operating behind the lines. I'm very curious, of trying to set up some system whereby the Ukrainians would try to bait Russian air defenses with either GMLRS or some kind of target drone, and then from there, once they engage, the general position can be spotted by SOF units, and then relay the coordinates back to the Ukrainian Air Force, and they can get aircraft up and put the HARMs in the general direction of where the Russian air defense assets are suspected to be.
Right. That's exactly their best use. And when he's talking about SEED, folks, that is suppression of enemy air defenses, which includes a lot of missions. Both air superiority missions where you'd have fighters fighting each other, but in the modern battle space, if you're going to do a sort of offensive fighter sweep, you're always going to have aircraft accompanying the fighters. You're going to have electronic warfare aircraft accompanying the fighters. In the case of the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps, that would be an F-18 variant called a Growler, which replaced the legendary EA-6B. What that can do is spoof enemy air defense radars. It doesn't just blank them out. It's quite possible that it can make them see things that aren't there. It can make them see targets that aren't going in the direction they think they're going. It can change the altitude of things they think they see. It's extremely impressive piece of gear. A lot of times the Growlers will carry these HARM missiles, and the Growlers can also, of course, detect what sort of radars are snooping about. The interesting thing about a HARM missile is there are variants that will, when you launch them, they will commence to look for the emitter, the enemy radar it thinks is there. A lot of the enemy is not, they watch the movies too, so they'll turn off their radars. But some of the variants of the HARM missile have the possibility of pulling back up and waiting to see where this thing might turn itself back on. If that target is moving, the HARM can figure out where it is moving to a certain degree and powder it. And once you've done that, you have a larger you have a larger mission to carry out. Now, it may be close air support, it might be a deep penetrating strike. The Ukrainians have carried out several cross-the-border, airstrikes. They've done this on a rather humble basis. They've been flying across with extended range Hind variants, basically flying in at 15 feet, and they've hit a couple of targets, cross-border oil and PUL facilities. So again, like the Atacam, the HARM missile we're adding to their toolbox, and these are really important weapons, and they're going to be used to facilitate greater and greater strikes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chuck. And I'm fairly, if my memory is correct, I believe the D variant has GPS and INS guidance. So once it's acquired, the emitting radar or other radio source, even if it shuts itself off, once it's acquired, it can follow the same trajectory, even if the source stops emitting.
Boy, I'm glad I was right about that, because you rope-a-dope me with, you already know the answer before. And I'm glad. You keep me on my toes. Yeah, but we had some occasion to integrate special forces operations with HARM missile strikes, and there is a special operations component as well in suppression of enemy air defenses, and that, of course, is to target enemy air defense capabilities. I think there was a film maybe a month or so, and a very idiotic Russian trooper had fired a rifle into a captured Ukrainian S-300 missile pack. He was probably 50 yards away from it when it went up. So as a SEAL, you could hunt these targets with a 50 caliber rifle, and you'd be 600 yards away. And they're very sympathetic targets. If you have a solid booster rocket and you hit it with a 50 caliber armor-piercing incendiary shell, it's going to go up. So again, that's what we call a sympathetic target. And HARM can take out the radar guidance, and you can actually take out the missiles on the ground.
Appreciate it. Sympathetic doesn't mean it's sympathetic the way we think it is, right, Chuck?
No, it means it'll eat its own lunch if you just let it take a couple of bites.
Just sounds better when you say it, not gonna lie.
So Chuck, I'm interested in, if we since we appear to have handed a number of these long-range precision-guided missiles that, from what I've been explained, are really good at taking out key rail junctions and other major logistical hubs. How long until the Russians have extreme difficulty, if not impossibility, of supplying their front with Atacams now in theater?
Well, there was I'm always careful when I publish communication intercepts between a Russian soldier and home. But there was a Russian military blogger today posted from Kherson, and his complaint was that they weren't getting enough food. He felt they'd been adequately reinforced in terms of troops, but he was complaining that they weren't getting fed. They didn't have enough fresh water, and that every time they established a depot with ammunition, it got hit. So, there are considerable forces on the north bank of the Dnieper, but they're being supplied by a really tenuous link there with this lash up pontoon ferry system. It's not enough. That pontoon arrangement is not enough to supply the vast array of forces that are around Kherson. So I think it's already beginning to pinch. And every time we see giant explosions in huge secondaries, you're looking at about a week's worth of ammunition going up, and that has to be replaced. So you can have 10,000 people on one side of the river, but if they don't have any ammunition, things aren't going to work out. So we're seeing that squeeze right now, and it's important to see that it's happening.
So why can't they live off the economy, Chuck?
Well, they might, but what's left really? There's just let's say they could take all the chickens in your barnyard and all of your eggs and dig up your garden, and they're doing that already. But let's say it's not for a soldier in combat. 1,000 rounds is not. I can easily see going through 1,000 rounds a day, and we've had a couple of really good logisticians on here who've done the computational math on how much does 1,000 rounds weigh, and how much does it take to get it across the river, et cetera, et cetera. And that's just small arms ammunition. And a modern army needs much more than that. You need mortar rounds, you need artillery rounds, you need RPGs, you need everything that goes with a modern army. Because otherwise, you're just water. I mean, one of the things on Snake Island that we were constantly saying is, those guys needed a gallon of water a day, and they weren't getting it. And that may have been one of the principal things that made the Russians abandon that strategic rock. So logistics are being
since then they haven't. No one's tried to reinforce it. It's gone by the wayside because it wasn't a big deal, was it?
Right. Well, it was a symbolic sort of thing, and as far as the Ukrainians are concerned, if no one's on it, that's just okay. But you don't want the Russians on it. And the Russians, look, they lost, they lost ships, they lost support boats, they lost people. It was just a hole in the water for them. So it's good that nobody's there.
100% finance.
Yeah. So they're already having struggles with food, and that was before the full effect of these anti-radar missiles, which we've heard have already been in theater for a little while, and what is now the ATACMS that you were announcing today. So that's only going to get worse, I would assume. What sort of food situation, like how bad does the food supply situation get before the questionably low morale Russian army surrenders? Like, have we seen these guys start to surrender when their supplies get cut off, especially in this case where they can't retreat across a bridge? Like, is there a surrender point for Kherson that might occur, or is that wishful thinking? What's the sort of things that this causes besides guys who don't have enough stuff to fight a war with?
Well, here's the rule of threes, which we always, we were taught the SEALs. You can go 3 minutes without air, you can go 3 days without water, and you can go 3 weeks without food. But so a soldier can easily go a couple of days or even a week without food, but your combat efficiency completely goes down. You get an MRE handed to you by the United States military that has 5,000 calories in it. And that's, you get 3 of those a day. So that's, for a person working really hard out in the field, for example, back a million years ago, I used to be a mountaineer. You'd burn 5,000 calories a day on a big mountain. And I'm talking ice climbing, above 10,000 feet. A combat soldier needs at least 3,000 calories a day. Now, if he doesn't get them, it's not going to kill him. But if he goes 3 days without water, at the end of the first day, his combat efficiency is reduced to half. And then at the end of 2 days, he's a medical case. And at the end of 3 days, he's probably going to die. So the interesting thing about that, well, people can say, well, look, there's water out there in the field. And there is. And I hope you do drink it out of a tire track in a field covered with horse manure, because then you're going to become a medical casualty as well. So it takes a lot to supply a soldier in the field. Not soldier, I mean a tactical unit of any sort. And these HIMARS shots and all the precision strikes, they are perfectly timed. And I like to think of them as a major league sniper rifle. and you're shooting at the things that the Russians need to supply their soldiers in the field. So we know they're being impacted logistically. We know that Ukrainian signals intelligence has just done a stellar job. Every time three colonels get together and talk, the Ukrainians will drop a precision mission on them. We also know that their fuels are targeted. We know that their ammunitions are targeted. And from these abandoned vehicles, for example, I just read an article today. Most of the T-80 tanks that have been captured, that have been dealt with, taken out of the battle in Ukraine, most of them are because the Russian crews abandoned them. They ran away from them, they opened the hatches, and they went home. So we know morale's impacted, logistics are impacted, and command and control is impacted. And that's the kind of enemy you want to fight. One who's hungry, his equipment's running low, he's got bad morale, and there's no one answering the phone to tell him what to do. And all of that is in preparation for a Ukrainian offensive.
Sounds good. Johnny on the spot. Go ahead.
Thank you, Huda. Chuck, I wanted to ask you, what is your knowledge or understanding of the various Russian railway troop units? It seems to be a very unusual formation. I'm not aware of us having an analog. If we do, I'd be happy to hear about it. But I don't know much about them. I'm curious if you have any insight into them and their capabilities.
Well, I think the Russians sort of have this romance going with the concept of the armored train that comes from the Russian Revolution and General Trotsky rolling about the country, essentially even back then killing Ukrainians and basing his command center on his armored locomotives. Those don't have really very much military utility. It's important that you have the sort of railway capability so that you can repair tracks. If you drop a HIMARS on a lonely stretch of track, it doesn't do much good because 2 or 3 rail sections can be replaced in a couple of hours by crews that have the right equipment. Someone has mentioned here earlier, wherever possible, you want to hit switching points, switching yards. You want to hit even a modest little trestle over a creek. It is an important thing to hit because the repairs for that, especially if you hit the abutment, it's much more difficult to replace. Even, let's say, a 10-foot span over a little creek is much harder to replace than even 50 yards of track on the flat that you've blown up. So, the Russians know how important these rail links are to keep their army supplied. The Ukrainians also know just how valuable they are. And given the HIMARS capability, you can launch a rack of HIMARS and you can tell them to all go up and fly the appropriate trajectories to come down on the target in a certain place at exactly the same time. So you can get all these weapons simultaneously detonating on your predetermined target, and you get double bingo points if you can hit the locomotive as it's going over a trestle, a bridge, or a culvert. So those things are happening too.
Thank you for the explanation, Chuck. So with the ability to now take out the Russian air defense that appears to have occurred, what does that mean going forward for the battle space? Does that mean Ukraine has a shot at air superiority? Does that mean what will that cause for those of us who don't immediately understand what we know? That sounds really good, but I don't understand what effects that has, what flows from that.
Well, one of the things that's happening right now is 25% of the world's Stinger missiles are east of the Dnieper River. So what they've been able to do, because the MANPADS, these shoulder-fired anti-aircraft weapons, are so well distributed over the battlefield, it's largely negated, not totally negated, but it has negatively impacted Russia's ability to provide close air support for its troops. Now, these are a Strela missile or a Sunstreak or a Stinger is about the most unsophisticated air defense item you can have. Of course, it's still pretty sophisticated. You squirt this missile up in the sky, and it uses an infrared seeker to lock onto the hot tailpipe of an enemy aircraft, and they work pretty well. But because there are so many of them saturating the battlefield, the Russians are not able to use what would otherwise be their dominant air power. Before we all think bad of the Russians, no army, no armed force on Earth has ever faced that many Stinger missiles on the battlefield. The other
Not
thing,
even Soviets in Afghanistan.
well, I don't think there were as many, actually, and we saw that the Stinger was largely the fulcrum point on which that whole battle turned. There's another thing that we don't often hear about, but of course they're out there. Almost 30% of the world's Javelin missiles occupy that same battle space, and the Russian tankers know it. They know that the Javelins are out there. They know that nothing they can do in their tank is going to help them beat this top attack missile. I think this is one of the reasons why we don't see great gains coming out of the Russian maneuver warfare. Because
hey, Chuck, we're trying to get Jason Giroux, Major Giroux up. We'd love to have, I really want to hear that historical context about the Stingers. So let's see if we can't get him up. And why don't you go ahead, sorry. Would you like to have Jason up?
Oh, that's great. Absolutely. He's the boss.
Yeah, he's, me up here with you, it's kind of a bit of a joke. I feel embarrassed. So let's see if we can't get him up. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, right. Well, these are the kind of weapons that absolutely change the complexion of the battlefield. Traditionally, you might hope that your Air Force is strong enough and you have A-10 Warthogs and you can take on the enemy armor because you've got complete air superiority. Well, the Ukrainians can't do that, but they've done the next best thing. There's a difference between air superiority, air dominance, air parity, and localized air superiority. And right now, the Ukrainians have just enough. These MANPADS are doing a lot to keep Russian Su-25s off their back. In both cases, we see both Ukrainian and Russian Su-25s. They come in at 15 feet, they pop up to 100 feet, they unload all their dumb rockets, and they turn around and go home. That's not exactly close air support. That's more of sort of harassment and interdiction fire. But those MANPADS are preventing the Russians from rolling in with their more sophisticated air-to-ground aircraft.
100%. Now, unlike me, we have a real professional like you. Just for historical context, have we seen this kind of air defense, these MANPADS and Stingers, ever deployed before? Major Giroux.
Hi, Yehuda. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me up tonight. Chuck, nice to hear your sultry voice again.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Chuck actually made the historical reference already when the Russians were in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989. The Mujahideen, who we would have to deal with later on, were actually amply supplied by the United States with Stinger missiles because the Russians were using aircraft and helicopter gunships in vast quantities to destroy Afghan villages and towns that were harboring the Mujahideen. And geez, that sounds so familiar. I wonder if the Russians have been doing that lately. But anyway, yeah. So this is not the precedent was probably set in Afghanistan, and they've been carrying it on ever since.
Yeah, it's had a huge effect on the battle space and the modern battle space. But because you had a bunch of mujahideen shooting these missiles, I don't think it quite sank in on the West what this would do if you had 1,000 uniformed first world nation manpads gunners on the battlefield. So we're seeing that now, and again, the Russian Air Force, it's not over with. It is definitely still a factor, but I will point out that most of the air to ground munitions that are fired into Ukraine are fired from Belarusian airspace. Very often, the Russian strategic aircraft fire their cruise missiles from over the Caspian Sea. That's a long way away. But that will also tell you how much respect they have for the Ukrainian air defenses, as depressed as they are. The Russians are not venturing over Ukrainian airspace proper. So that's good for us.
So we have you two up. Can we talk about what does this mean? Russians on the west side of the Dnipro getting cut off. Is this a forlorn hope? Major Giroux, we spoke about there are a few of the speakers here who've been privy to some pretty special information that an abnormally large amount of Russians are making it across the Dnipro. Is this all for naught? I mean, or is there 4D chess that we're not getting? Because why on earth would the Russians be reinforcing the wrong side of the river?
Well, I think it goes back to what I was saying the other night, is that even though the Ukrainians are doing this great job of isolating the Russians in Kherson, we all know the attitude of Mr. Putin is that he doesn't want to appear to have lost an urban area like Kherson, which is on the west side of the river, obviously. But not only that, but as I mentioned, the urban defense has been so effective for many decades. If Colonel John Spencer was online, he'd be cheering right now. But for most of Western military's histories, we've been on the offense in urban operations, and the defenders have always made it very challenging for us. And like I said the other night, now the shoe's on the other foot. The Russians realize what an urban defender can do at Mariupol and what the urban defenders can do at Severodonetsk. And so now the Russians are probably thinking, well, we can do to the Ukrainians at Kherson what they did to us in Mariupol and Severodonetsk. So to me, it actually makes sense for the Russians to continue resupplying their forces in Kherson, because the urban defense means that the Ukrainians are going to have to build up a massive amount of supplies and personnel and ammunition, etc., in order to attack the city. So it actually makes sense to me from an urban warfare historical perspective that they want to defend that city, because they're hoping to inflict the same kinds of losses on the Ukrainians that the Ukrainians were able to do to them at Mariupol and Severodonetsk.
Yeah, and I hope it is exactly, the Ukrainians just taught that lesson, and I'm reasonably certain that they're not going to enter Kherson to learn the lesson they just taught the Russians. I think what is likely to happen eventually is that the city will be cut off as much as possible. And again, you've got an army that's separated and cut off, but every time you think you're going to cut off the enemy, remember what cutting off the 101st Airborne did at Bastogne. They were cut off, completely surrounded and getting pummeled, but they didn't give up, right? They hung it out there, and that's why they're the battling bastards of Bastogne. So just cutting off the city may not be the solution, but it's most of the solution. And I don't think you might have to fight this doorknob to doorknob with the Russians.
Can I ask, do we think they're going to come out and fight the way the Azovstal defenders or the guys that Battle of the Bulge did with, knives if they have to when they're out of ammo? Like, is that the kind of morale and unit cohesion? And, does anything about the way they have fought this war suggest to the military experts here that they can do that?
That is a very good point, and I don't think they have that. They don't have that amount of moxie in them. But again, a cornered enemy is a dangerous enemy, and there's a maxim in warfare. I'm sure Major Drew has heard it. You build a golden bridge for a fleeing enemy, right? So it's better to beat them out than to fight them. If they're willing to run away, that's great.
The old Sun Tzu, the old Sun Tzu maxim of leave a gap open so the enemy can withdraw.
Exactly. You're surprised I could even read that book, but they have the cliff notes that they give us at SEAL School. So.
Major Giroux, serious question. Let's just say, I know you're not a fortune teller. Okay, so the bridge is gone. Let's assume the HIMARS will rain down righteous fire, and the Russians have put in, even if it's just 10,000 that are there, forget the 20 or 30,000 suspected to be reinforcing them. How long, what's the normal DOS? What's the normal supply for a Russian in this conflict? Are we looking at a week, 4 days, 2 days, 3 weeks? How long could they sustain themselves to fight that fight? And if they can't sustain themselves, are we looking at just total destruction of the city? Anything you could talk to that about?
You already answered the question. I'm not a fortune teller, and so my crystal ball is just hazy. It all depends on how many supplies the Russians are bringing across on those pontoon bridges. And we have to remember that they've been there for a period of time now. And so if, I hate to use this phrase, if the Russians have been smart, they've been building up their supplies within the city, readying themselves for this battle. Although if they've shown the same type of operational ineptness and foolishness that they have throughout the entire war, maybe they haven't done that, and now they're just realizing it, which is why they have these, I think it's up to 4 pontoon bridges now going across the Dnieper to bring supplies across. So I don't know. I don't know how long, and it all depends on how, if the Ukrainians are going to attack the city, it all depends on how they attack the city. Isolating the city is the critical first step, and they're doing that with the rockets landing on the bridges and the Dnieper being to the immediate south of the city. So that means they don't have to worry about isolating the southern part of the city. But if they can get to the east, north, and west side and isolate the city, that's the first step. That will completely cut off the Russians from their supplies. And then it depends on how they break in and gain lodgment into the city and how they do that fight, and as to how long it's going to take.
Fair enough. Is it worth it let's just say they have a week, 2 weeks DOS, 2 weeks days of supply. Is it worth fighting it out, or is it just not worth starving him? Is that a thing?
Well, you can try to starve them out, but how long did the defenders of Mariupol last with very little food and water? And now we're talking possibly hundreds, if not thousands, of Russians in Kherson. So that would be a strategic decision that would be made by very senior political and military Ukrainian leaders as to whether do we just surround the city and wait them out, and then just carry on the fighting. Well, how many resources are we going to need to isolate that city? And now they're no longer in the fight. Can we do that and still have enough resources to carry on fighting the rest of the front? Or if we can't do that, if we can't wait them out, well, then we are going to have to attack the city and move it and knock them out of the city, which will take, I will suggest, because it's urban warfare, it will take several weeks to do that, because that's urban warfare history there. And it always takes a fairly long time to fight through even a small city like Kherson. So
Bad News Bears says a lot of we've had some other specialists and some Ukrainian soldiers come up and said they unfortunately said they think Kherson is going to get destroyed no matter how you slice it, meaning it's going to, whether it's the Russians doing it themselves, the Ukrainians taking it, is that inevitable? In your opinion, again, I'm not asking for a definitive answer.
Yeah, it's the historical trend throughout most, if not all, urban warfare battles. I haven't seen. With the exception, no, at Second Fallujah, the Americans tried to minimize collateral damage as best they could, and they still destroyed several thousands of buildings. And I don't want to use Ramadi as another example because that was more of a counterinsurgency. It wasn't a peer-on-peer conflict like we're seeing in the war now. So yes, Yehuda, more than likely there will be a lot of collateral damage in the city, regardless of the Russian and or Ukrainian scheme of maneuver to take the city.
I'm not trying to humor you or suck up to you, but this seems to me very much like Ortona, and this.
Mic check.
I think we lost Yehuda.
Twitter realized he was trying to suck up to me talking about Ortona, so they cut him off.
What do you think about the battle spaces north of the city in Snary Herkiva and Brunskainica? Again, two highway junctions north of the city. I'm thinking that and looking at Jumanji of the West's recent order battle map. By the way, folks, if you're not following him, you really should. He just does amazing work. I have a hunch that when the offensive comes, it is not going to be directly, on the highway between Mykolaiv and Kherson. What do you think about some northern sort of action from the northwest above the city and then down towards the R47 highway?
Yeah, I agree, Chuck. Really, the obvious route is obvious, and that'll be obvious to the Russians too, right? So I think if the Ukrainians can do what the Americans did at Aachen in October 1944, where they're able to isolate the city, and then the Big Red One, the First Infantry Division there, because the Big Red One, because they have a Big Red One as their divisional patch on their shoulder, they were able to isolate the entire city of Aachen, and then they came in from the east. Which was absolutely brilliant because all the German defenses were on the west side of the city. And so I think if the Ukrainians are able to isolate the city and then come in from any direction they want, I think that will be, if they decide to attack the city. I think you're right, Chuck. I think what you're proposing there is the most obvious route. And why would you go down the most obvious route? Because the Russians maybe have thought of that as well. So isolate the city and then you come in from any direction that you want.
Right. And those Russian forces that are arrayed north of the city, and especially those that are 20, 30, 40 kilometers north of the city, the same biscuit, beans, and bullet problems that the 42nd Combined Arms Army has in Kherson, those logistical problems are magnified by the fact that whatever crosses at Kherson then has to go 40, 50 kilometers north. So I think that along that line is probably the obvious place for the Ukrainians to move. And again, looking at Jumanji's map, there is kind of a yawning. There is a bit of a Ukrainian salient going towards the city. That sounds good. It's an advance, but that also means there are Russians to the north of you and Russians to the south of you. And when you see something on a map that looks like an open mouth, you got to remember not to stick your foot into it because it's probably going to slam closed as soon as the enemy knows you're in there. So again, I think we're looking at some actions north of the city. I think that's a great place to hit. And you can make your advances there and slowly close in. Aachen would be a great example.
Yeah, about the bridges, we get a lot of questions about the bridges. What's the deal with a few pock marks and then followed up with something a little extra? Is there a trigger that us, the listeners, can look out for when the Ukrainians are good to go? Are they going to hit all the pontoon ferries? Are they going to just completely collapse that bridge, make it if there's any hope that it'd be repaired by the Russians, make it completely a non-option. Is this just a little bit of teasing, the initial like equidistant, targeting of the bridge initially? Why not just dump it 2 weeks ago when they could? Is there a reason for that? Is it 4D chess that we're not tracking?
Major Giroux, you are you have got more engineering than I am ever going to have in my life.
That's very kind of you, Chuck. I would suggest that, remember, if the Ukrainians are going, if the Ukrainians are going to launch an offensive into Kherson, then they're going to have to build up all of their supplies and their manpower in order to do it. But that doesn't mean you don't let the Russians know that, you can't let the Russians build up their supplies. So I think that's what these initial rocket attacks are for. And I think when the Ukrainians are ready to launch, and I'll suggest this could be a while before it happens, because if you're looking at Germany of the West maps or the Institute for the Study of Warfare, their maps, the Ukrainians still have quite a distance to go before they actually reach the city's outskirts. But once I think if the Ukrainians are going to launch an attack into the city, I think, Yehuda, what you're suggesting there, it could be the trigger of, okay, we're literally on the outskirts of the city now. Now is the time to blanket the Dnieper River with everything we've got to make sure that the Russians can no longer supply their forces within the city. But in the meantime, let's conserve our ammunition. We'll throw some rockets at the bridge. We'll weaken the structure. We'll try to hit some of the pontoons in the meantime to stop the supplies from coming. But we've really got to save our resources to really blanket that entire river when we're just on the edge of the city and ready to launch in, I'll suggest.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Chuck?
I'm sorry, I lost you there for a second. Regarding a bridge, there is blowing it down. That looks great. It's great on the movies, Bridge of the River Kwai. But there's a lot of ways to deny the bridge to the enemy. Damaging it, just a couple of holes in that bridge do profound damage to the structure. So that a regular civilian road bridge, you have to be careful if you're going to cross that with tanks, even if the bridge is in perfect shape. There's a certain number of vehicles that you can.
There. I think the question.
Yehuda, we didn't lose him. We can still hear him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So there's a certain number of tanks you can send across a perfectly good bridge, but if you have a damaged bridge. So in terms of moving major reinforcements and doing so quickly across the M14 highway bridge, I think it's already so damaged that it's going to be of absolutely limited utility. And then again, you might be able to march companies of infantry across it, but in a combat situation, you don't need really good artillery. You don't need HIMARS to throw some airburst ammunition above that bridge and frag everyone who's trying to move across it. So I think we're looking at the point already where the utility of that bridge is extremely degraded right now. So it's not completely irrelevant now, but again, as Major Giroux pointed out, it could be whenever they wanted it to be.
Chuck, Yehuda, Major Giroux. So with back to the supply logistics questions I've got. So with all this stuff knocked out, one of the things we're seeing is the Russians are using pretty cheap and crappy old trucks, because that's what they've got to move their equipment where they don't have rail or where things are knocked out. What kind of weapons do you use, since you don't want to use $500,000+ HIMARS round on a not even $5,000 old Russian truck? What's the proper way of taking out 5 old crappy Russian trucks with two guys each in them?
Well, an 82 millimeter mortar. I think we've all seen. Certainly in the Middle East, there are guys who are the Jimi Hendrix of the 82 millimeter mortar. So if these vehicles are on a truck, you can. If you've got eyes on the road, you can hang and drop a lot of mortar rounds and drop them on a road junction that these vehicles are going to be going through, and especially if we're talking about fuel tankers, it's it isn't necessary to put a really sophisticated round on that. And again, the Ukrainians have their own laser designator. They have a flower pot round indigenously developed, and they've been using that since the very early parts of the war. And we've all seen those
siren
direct
alert
artillery
update.
hits on
Kharkiv, full alert.
main battle
This
tanks.
message has been
armored
generated with
fighting
municipal
vehicles,
data.
and even the trucks you're talking about. And again, if you've got some a dumb RPG, works pretty good out to about 600 yards if you're good with it, and especially if you're not perpendicular. You don't have to be perpendicular to the motion of the vehicle, especially if you're shooting down the long axis of the road. It's kind of hard to miss a couple of trucks.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. And given the air assets of Ukraine are flying far more freely now, so I understand that the truck logistics are now all exposed to these kinds of simple munitions. Are the troops way more exposed now? That's my very basic non-military understanding.
Siren alert update.
If someone
Kharkiv,
could explain exactly how
full
that
alert.
works, I'd really appreciate
This
it.
message has been generated with municipal data.
Jason, you got it.
Actually, Finance, I want to add on. Finance, can we take a step back to your original question? And I'll use my previous experience here when I was commanding the counter improvised explosive devices cell at my former unit. And the course that we taught was about the forensic exploitation of an IED site. And what you don't want to do when there's a counter ID network out there, and what you don't want to do is although it's very tempting to kill the guy who's actually planting the bomb, by killing him, all you're going to do is kill him. Meanwhile, the guy who paid the financier who supplied the money to regular Joe civilian guy, here, and we're going to give you lots of money. I want you to plant that bomb on that bridge. He's just going to turn around and find another guy to do that, right? And so what you want to do is you don't want to kill the guy who's planting the bomb. You want to see where that guy, when that guy hops on his motorcycle and drives back to his house, then you want to send a team. You want to send Chuck's guys into that house, and then you can interrogate that guy. And under questioning, he says, "Well, this is the guy that paid me." And then you go back. And then Chuck's guys go and find the financier, and they go, "Well, this is the big boss is this guy." And then, so what you're doing is you're destroying the network, vice the guy who's just planting the bomb. So if there's 5 trucks with 2 drivers in each truck that are crossing the bridge, am I going to waste a HIMARS on the rocket on destroying those 5 trucks? No, I'm not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the satellite or the drone or the uncrewed aerial vehicle, the drone, to watch where those trucks are going. And when they get to their destination, that's when I'm going to throw the HIMARS at them. Or I'm going to watch those trucks drive back to their logistical supply point where all the other trucks and all the supplies are. And that's where I'm going to throw the HIMARS rocket. So it's very tempting to want to pull the trigger on the bad guys, regardless of their size. But if you're looking at the bigger picture, if you are going to destroy the bad guys, then hitting their logistical points is obviously a key factor in doing that. But don't waste the ammunition on 5 trucks. Wait till the 5 trucks get back to their original delivery point or their original supply point, and then throw the rockets down. So I wouldn't even waste any ammunition on those trucks whatsoever, in all honesty. So what was your second question? Or Chuck, did you want to add to that?
Oh, I would just add that vehicle convoy ambush is that's a meat and potatoes mission for special operations forces. I'd also say that we're increasingly going to see that'll be a meat and potato operation for a couple of partisans. And again, we've seen a lot of We've seen a lot of convoy interdictions. I've seen a couple of destroyed vehicles, and then a dozen more with all their doors open and everybody gone. So as this progresses, as the SOF, Ukrainian SOF penetrates deeper and deeper, we're going to see more partisan activity. And I think that's something we can expect on the eve of any major offensive, is you're going to see partisan activity in the Russian rear areas. And that's something that Ivan has to think about every night.
You know, the more I hear about Russians having a code brown situation, the happier I am. I think John had something he wanted to say, so I'm going to pass it on over to John.
Thank you, Finance. Major Drew, I wanted to ask you, just for some historical context, we had been discussing, how long can the Russians, hold out in Kherson if they become completely cut off, taking into account their morale, organization, unit cohesion. And I'm curious if you have any insight into how long the various encircled Red Army units during the Second World War in the opening months of Operation Barbarossa were able to hold out before those pockets were eventually destroyed by the Germans.
There were a number of pockets, and they varied in size, so it all depended on how big the pockets were. But because the Russians were completely caught off guard by the invasion, it didn't take long for those pockets to be destroyed, in all honesty. So John, you have a very wide-ranging question there, because as you know, Barbarossa was thousands of kilometers long, and there was entire army groups consisting of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, if not millions of soldiers, being thrown into that fight. So it all depends on how big the pocket was, but they usually didn't last very long, maybe only a few days before they completely collapsed.
Thank you, John. And Bloke, another Canadian.
Hi. Thank you, sir, for coming back on the space, and Chuck, both of you. I was really curious about the comparison to Mariupol, where the defenders held out for so long, and then I started thinking to some historical examples, and I'm wondering really how similar it would be to Kherson, since in Kherson, there's a hostile local population, right? That may be supplied with weaponry and maybe the partisans may be activated, and the troops there may not be well supplied nor motivated, and would have a good reason to retreat. So I'm just wondering if these factors, and it's not directed to either one of you, if these factors may not lead to the same outcome. I can't really compare it to anything historically except maybe Normandy, but which is probably a terrible example, but it just seems to me it may not be the same sort of urban fight, and I was wondering if either one of you could elaborate on that a little bit, please.
Well, Jason's got the command of all the historical data here, and he's a skilled urban fighter himself, and I'm going to let him take a big bite out of this one.
That's very kind of you, Chuck. Bloke, it's hard to say because, again, I don't know the Russian operational plan. I don't know what kind of supplies they got. They have in the city. I don't know what the morale is like in the city. I mean, so it's hard to answer your question as to how long they are going to last. I can tell you that based on urban warfare history, though, that once the attackers isolate the city, which the Ukrainians appear to be doing, that more often than not, the defenders usually lose. Regardless of, and this has been proven throughout urban warfare history, where even if the defenders have a really good operational plan, because the movement and maneuver usually sides with the attacking force, and because if they've isolated the city, the attackers usually win. John Spencer doesn't like it when I say these kinds of things. Usually the defenders have won when the Usually the defenders win the urban fight if they have a good operational plan and the attacking force's operational plan is so flawed and their tactics are so flawed that they basically hand the victory to the defenders. The Ukrainians proved this in the initial days of the war when the Russians sent those armored columns into Kyiv and Kharkiv, and the Ukrainians just had at them. Great example there. So, but because it's hard, because I don't know what the Russian plan is for the defense of Kherson, because I don't know what kind of supplies they have, I don't know what kind of morale that their soldiers have right now. For all we know, they could be like, yeah, bring it on. We're finally on the urban defense and we've got the advantage for the initial bit. But that will change, I suggest, if the Ukrainians do decide to attack the city and they've isolated the city. And once they break in and gain lodgment, it'll only be a matter of time before the Russians lose that city based on urban warfare historical precedent. But it'll still take quite a lot, a few weeks of fighting to do that. But it's hard to answer your question, Bloke, because we just don't understand the minutia of the Russians and their plans and their supplies in Kherson itself.
Yeah, and I'll throw this in here. The whole world is watching Kherson right now. The Russians are watching Kherson. The whole world is, and I hope there's some high octane major in the Ukrainian command cell who's saying, "Let's hit them somewhere else." And that's the other thing that the Russians have to watch out for as well. We may be looking at the rope-a-dope here. There may be another weak spot, and that the Ukrainians are really looking at making an advance on. And,
wouldn't it be amazing if they went down south just through Zaporizhia instead?
It would be amazing, and I want to throw that out there. If there's any Russians listening, and I hope you are, stay up all night writing a memo about this. But it's not impossible that the Ukrainians are going to launch an offensive, and it's going to be somewhere else. And they in that case, they could only be delighted that the Russians, at great expense and time and spending fuel and everything else to reinforce Kherson, which is not going to be hit at all. It's possible. And again, don't have the crystal ball, but I think even Jason will agree that's not off the table. It could be what we're looking at.
Oh, yeah, very much so. I agree with you wholeheartedly there, Chuck.
Well, I would like to say to everybody in the space, thank you for being here. Please remember to follow the Maria Report on the top left, the host of the space, so you can know when we are live, which, as always, we're 24/7 live about Ukrainian news. Please, if everybody could retweet the space. If anybody is currently awake on Twitter who follows Ukraine, I don't see what better conversation could possibly be going on right now than the one we had right here with Major Giroux and Chuck Farr and all of our guests. And with that, I see a number of hands are up. I'd like to go to our favorite pill pusher, Dr. Paul.
Thanks, Finance. And hello, Commander Farr and Major Giroux.
Hi, Doc.
Thanks. Yeah. So, Bloke actually sets up my question perfectly. And Major Giroux, I think, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but, I seem to remember like El Alamein, like this is World War II in Africa. Ultimately, the way the Nazis got pushed out of Africa was some sort of faux, feint to where like Rommel was anticipating a counterattack somewhere and positioned his forces in the wrong place, or indeed did a counterattack himself and it was in the wrong place based on bad intel. And I'm wondering if that is that accurate? Am I remembering that correctly? It could have been Tripoli, it could have been Cairo, for all I know. I just remember some sort of operation in Africa that you probably may be able to correct me on. But is that something that could be possible? Is that the Ukrainians could be trying to draw major forces towards Kherson, induce a counteroffensive from the Russians up there, and exactly what you guys were just discussing with Bloke, ultimately the operation somewhere else?
Yeah, in fact, that's what, first of all, I love the fact that Bloke brought up the Normandy reference, and now you're bringing up Al Alamein. All these historical references, they tend to warm the cockles of my heart and getting down into the subcockle area there. But yeah, so I appreciate these. Al Alamein, the Brits are on the defense, of course, and Monty played it. Later Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery played it very well in making sure that the British Eighth Army was going to stand in place and fight the Germans and bring them into the trap. So I don't know if that's a comparable example. But I will say it's just exact what you are suggesting there, Doctor, is that what exactly that Chuck has said. Deception is a form of warfare, and feints and demonstrations are certainly. If there's eight different ways to attack opponent. Feints and demonstrations are one of those ways. A feint is when you actually pull triggers to get and go into combat in order to make the enemy look a certain direction and think, okay, that's where the attack is coming from. And a demonstration is, physically presenting yourself on a certain part of the battlefield to make it look like you're actually going to attack, but you don't pull triggers, you don't fire bullets, there's no violence being applied. And so this could be, as Chuck mentioned very aptly earlier on, this could be a demonstration. Hey, let's make the Russians think we're actually going into Kherson. So they dump all kinds of supplies in there because, urban warfare does require massive amounts of supplies even for the defender. And then we can attack someplace else. Meanwhile, they're sitting in Kherson with a lot of the resources. So I suggest that's a very viable course of action. And that Chuck mentioned earlier, and I completely agree.
And the Lord make it so. One of my favorite toasts at a dining in is confusion to our enemies, and hopefully that's what we're looking at. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to go here shortly, but I can field a couple, or at least hand them off to my esteemed colleague, Jason.
Well, we have another hand up, Stephen Officer. Stephen, sir.
Stephen, how are you doing? Stephen, unfortunately for Stephen, he's had the unfortunate luck of having me stand up in front of him in a classroom and actually teach him. So, Stephen, it's good to see you up on the speech.
I'm glad he's overcome that, Stephen. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir. Major Giroux, Commander Fair, it's great to be on tonight. I know that in terms of military planning, and people have kind of danced around it with El Alamein, looking at whether Kherson is going to be a demonstration or not in the lake. We tend to look at things, at least on the operational side, in kind of like a 30, 60, 90 rotation, or what's going to go on over the next month, 2 months, and then kind of longer term planning. And where I'd like to explore more so just speaking and hearing from your experiences, where do you think this conflict could transition to over that 30, 60, 90, taking into account that we do have these urban nodes that are building up, we do have the change of weather that's going to come with the fall, and set conditions for the wintertime, which I'm sure we all anticipate to be something of a slog. So, sirs, if I could just ask for where do you think perhaps over the next 30, 60, and then 90, you think things may progress? That's what I'm interested in just hearing about tonight, if you have a moment.
Jason, go ahead and nail that one.
Well, it all depends on, thanks, Chuck. Well, it all depends.
You go first.
It all depends on, I feel bad, Chuck. You're the star of the show, and I've completely usurped you.
No, I like to listen to you.
So, Stephen, you bring up a very good question, and just for our listeners, it's very important that senior political and military leaders are looking out strategically and long term, and they're not getting down into the weeds and into the tactical fight. They can do that every once in a while. But Stephen brings up an excellent question as to what the Ukrainians and the Russians are doing right now, because they know the winter is coming and they know that the war is going to last that long. So the question is, what can they start? What planning can they initiate now to make sure that they're ready to either fight through the winter, or are they going to do what forces somewhat did in the Second World War? When the winter comes along, you somewhat stop it. I mean, they didn't do this down in Sicily, Italy, because the weather's warm there all along, but in Northwest Europe and in the Eastern Front, where you stop fighting, the line sets for a few months because everybody has to endure the cold. And then as the spring comes along, you start fighting again. So the question is, and Stephen, it's hard to answer your question again, because once again, I don't have the crystal ball, but are the Russians and the Ukrainians where we see a somewhat lull in the battle right now? Like, don't get me wrong, triggers are still being pulled and bullets are still being fired. But are both sides building up their supplies right now because they want to launch a large offensive within the next 30 to 60 days before the winter comes? And so this way they can gain some ground and then hold it throughout the winter and then and then lick their wounds and resupply throughout the winter, and then start the offensives again in the spring? Or are both sides just resupplying right now, in the hopes that that'll carry them through the winter, and then they'll just start the fighting once again in the spring? So it's a really good question. It could either be course of action 1, course of action 2, Stephen. It all depends on what the senior Russian and Ukrainian political military leaders are thinking right now. And it's the optics of it, right? Well, can we really be seen as doing nothing right now? Because the Ukrainians need to show the West that they're winning the war. Mr. Putin needs to show his people that he's winning the war. So inaction for too long sometimes makes it look like both sides are just not fighting at all, not winning at all. And so it's all a question of whether both sides are going to resupply. Are we in this lull at the moment because there's larger offensives coming, or are both sides just waiting for the warmer weather to come back in the February-March period, and they can carry on with the fighting? So, Stephen, it's a fantastic question, and I suggest, well, given the complete strategic and operational blunders that the Russians have conducted so far in the war, I don't even know if they're thinking that far. I'm pretty sure most senior commanders are looking over their shoulders, worrying if Mr. Putin is going to either fire them or put them in jail, like Chuck was saying earlier. But I would suggest that the Ukrainians are more than likely thinking strategically and thinking operationally long term. I should hope so, because if you get too far into the tactical fight and you're not thinking long term, that means you're just going to lose the war down the road because you're so focused on the short term gains rather than the long term victory.
Right, and I would add another thing that traditionally troops have gone into winter quarters, as they used to say back in the 19th century, over the course of a winter. But every logistical problem we see the Russians having in the summer, that's going to make their troops hurt 10 times more in the winter. If you're not getting food, if you're not getting a place to lay up, if you're not getting adequate clothing, your battle efficiency is really literally going to go to zero. So we don't know right now. Are the Ukrainians thinking that a winter offensive is their best bet? Are they thinking that let's continue to disrupt and destroy every logistical node we can get our HIMARS on, and strike the Russians when they are at their most debilitated? All of these things will go into the planning of an offensive. I don't have a crystal ball either, but I would think we're going to see some offensive operations within the next 90 days, and then I see. Listen, nobody's going home for Christmas. They're not. The Ukrainians already know that. I'm not sure the Russian troopers really understand that. So I'm betting within 60 days some offensive operations from the Ukrainians, coordinated offensive operations, and I'm going to go way out on a limb, and let's all talk around American Thanksgiving, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Ukrainian offensive action in the cold, and they're looking to break off some cold, tired, hungry, isolated, and homesick Russian troops.
That's a fantastic course of action 3, Chuck, that I never thought of. So thank you very much for adding that, because that's right. Can you imagine Ukrainians slamming into the Russians in the cold of the winter when the Russians are completely demoralized and weak from poor logistics, etc.? I never even thought of that. So that's a brilliant addition, I'll suggest.
Well, that's why you should always have a naval officer on the staff. Because it's easy for me to think it up, but it's pretty hard to do it.
Stephen, does that answer your question there? I hope it did.
It certainly does, sir. Thank you both for taking the time to really pick at that and analyze. I realize that none of us have the crystal ball or the op plan sitting from, headquarters in Moscow on our laps necessarily, but it is a very logical and, well thought out analysis of what could happen, which thankfully we haven't seen from the Russian adversary throughout the war to this point. So really thank you both for your time tonight, and I'll drop down. Cheers.
That was a fantastic question. I wish it could be based on the level of instruction you received from me, but that's probably not at all. So good initiative on you there, Stephen.
I hope he overcomes it and goes on to a brilliant career. Jason, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go, but listen, it's always great to get your take. Folks, there's a guy who really knows what he's talking about urban warfare and has a fundamental grasp of modern warfare and how important the urban battle spaces are. And it's always great to talk to you, Jason. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Chuck. I originally came up here supporting Fires for You, and I apologize that I seem to have taken over the show, and that wasn't my intent at all.
I'm here to learn, and
me too.
It's always good. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to check off, but I will be listening, and thanks again.
Thank you very much, Chuck. We always love having you in this space. Also, Officer Stephen, or Stephen Officer, whatever your handle is, whatever you like to go by, you're always welcome up. Especially if you don't see any officers up here and you do see me trying to host, I would absolutely love it if you would come up because, as you know, me say all the time, I know absolutely nothing about military operations, and I'm always just asking questions like the civilian I am to learn from all these fine military minds that we get up here. Thank you very much again, Chuck. Truly a pleasure always to have you. Major Giroux, I have a question for you when Chuck heads on out about historical military battles and how it might apply here.
All right, fire away.
So, someone was talking about the Battle of Austerlitz, one of which I studied because I had a history major, and that one was big enough in the way back ancient eras. And they were trying to compare. By the way, studied is nothing like you would study, so I have absolutely zero actual military tactical knowledge of how this thing worked. But it happened in like Napoleon I in a big way. That's sort of how we learned it. But they're saying that this is actually a possibility on the Kherson front due to sort of that they could attack not where expected over by the Kherson Oblast, but sort of in the middle. And that this was sort of that this is a possible analogy of one line of attack that the Ukrainians could take here. Could you walk us through sort of why that does or doesn't make sense? Maybe a little about the Battle of Austerlitz as well, please.
Finance? Nope. Unfortunately, my passion is military history, and I've really focused on everything from the American Civil War up to the present, and obviously urban warfare history because of my being an urban operations instructor. But anything before the year 1861, I am very clueless on. I'm afraid I have to be completely frank and honest. So I can't compare Austerlitz to Kherson because I don't know the Battle of Austerlitz at all. So I'm sorry, Finance. I feel like I've let you down, and the person who's asked the question, because I've just the Napoleonic War stuff I'm just not familiar with at all.
Finance, if I may try to ask a more refined version of that question.
Always. I don't even know why you're asking me. It's why I have the beautiful co-host button.
Thank you, Finance. Major Giroux, to try and nail down Finance's question a little bit more. What do you assess the prospects of Ukraine being able to try and effect some sort of defeat in detail of the Russian forces in Kherson?
Yeah, I keep getting asked this question, and I keep saying I don't know because I don't know the Ukrainian operational plan, and I don't know the Russian operation. I don't know the Ukrainian operational plan for a possible attack on the city, and I don't know the Russian operational plan for the defense of the city. So, and because I don't know how many personnel are there, because I don't know how many, I don't know how many Russian personnel are there, because I don't know what kind of defenses they've made, or what kind of supplies they have. I can't answer that question. Again, military historian, not a fortune teller, so the crystal ball is very foggy right now.
Completely understand, sir. And if you don't mind to dovetail off that somewhat, I'd be very interested in if you could convey to the audience, to give us all some sense of just the level of granularity that goes into planning, operations, at the scale of a battle group, or to a brigade, just how much stuff has to be taken into consideration.
I have a little bit of a sense for it, but I know it's just this massive amount of data and information, various different, factors and considerations that have to be made when, estimating enemy strength, determining relevant courses of action, etc. I'm kind of hoping that you can kind of give us some sense of just how incredibly granular that is.
Okay, so strap in, folks. I got a 6-hour discussion coming at you right now so 7 factors we analyze. This is Canadian doctrine, by the way. So the Americans do this a little different. The Brits do it very differently. The enemy, enemy forces, the friendly forces, weather, terrain, surprise and security, time and space, and assessment of tasks. Those are the 7 factors that we analyze when it comes to any military operation. The basics, those are the basics. If you're fighting in an urban environment, and a jungle environment, and an Arctic environment, there are other factors that you have to lay on top of those 7 basic ones because the environment demands it. And now you have to imagine that with your analysis of the enemy forces, that's broken down into almost dozens of sub-factors you have to analyze as well, like their weapon systems, their morale, their size, their activities, their habits, the types of units that are in the fight. Same with the friendly forces. You have to do that. The terrain and what kind of terrain you're fighting over, the weather and what kind of season it is, and all the things that, if you're fighting in the winter, there are certain things that you have to consider, like more water, more rations, more warm clothing, more fuel in order to burn heaters in order to keep your troops warm, et cetera, et cetera. The summer, obviously more water for your troops, more rations as well. So, and then time and space, how much time do you have before you have to launch the operation? Do you have to cut out certain planning factors or planning considerations because you only have a limited amount of time, which is always the case generally? How much space you have to cover? And ideally you're bound to do this. You have to go into that level of detail because ultimately it's the frontline soldiers, the guys and gals who are pulling the triggers. They need to know that you, as an operational planner, have taken everything you've got into consideration, all these factors into consideration, before you launch them across the line of departure and where they actually have to start closing with and destroying the enemy. We owe it to our subordinates and our peers and our superior officers to make sure that we've gone through this very meticulous planning process, because you're dealing with people's lives. And so that planning, although it can be somewhat drawn out and very long, and this can take hours, days, weeks, or even months, depending on the level of fighting that you're doing, whether it's being done at a battalion level of 1,000 troops up to an army group of hundreds of thousands of troops. That's why this planning process can be so long and meticulous, because ultimately what you don't want to do is you don't want to send your soldiers into battle without having analyzed every factor that's going to affect that battle whatsoever. Now, you're not going to have the 100% solution when it comes to planning an operation. The enemy is obviously going to hide a lot of those factors from you. So what you have to do is you have to come up with the 80% solution, and then you add violence, and then you carry on with the operation itself, and knowing that you've done your best to give as much information to your troops and as much supplies to your troops and as much training to your troops before you launch them into that operation. And that whole, there's no such thing as the perfect military plan, so you take the 80% solution, then you add violence. That's an old U.S. Marine Corps saying that I fell in love with many years ago, and I teach it to my troops and to my junior officers when they're doing planning.
Thank you so much for that explanation, Major Drew. As a follow-up to that, I would ask, my assumption, my expectation, my hope is that, there's many a Ukrainian staff officer currently, running through the process that you just described, or a similar process derived from American or whatever NATO members' doctrine. In Kherson, in Zaporizhia, in Kharkiv, Donbass, etc. But I guess the big question mark here is this something that the Russians are doing or performing equivalent of? Do you have any thoughts on that as to whether or not they, plan to any degree of that level of detail?
That's a good question, John. And I will suggest that, Chuck and I were talking earlier about how there seems to be a lull in the battle. Don't get me wrong. Again, there's still triggers being pulled and there's still people dying. But you don't see the grand sweeping offensives from the Russians right now in the east that you saw during the earlier days of the war. And you see the Ukrainians now are slowly pushing along in the southern theater. But I will suggest that if there is, I actually had somebody ask me on Twitter today about, he's been hearing about this, Battle of Kherson for a month. What's going on? Is it just, have the Ukrainians lost the energy to do this? No, I would suggest not. I would suggest that given the amount of supplies they're receiving and being able to integrate all those supplies, I would suggest that, and because the Ukrainians have been learning the Western way of war for the past several years. In fact, a few of my friends have been to Ukraine and taught Ukrainian soldiers how NATO fights.
This message has been generated
I would suggest that
data.
This planning process is being well ingrained, although probably very much like the Second World War, it's probably at a quicker pace because the realities of conflict when things happen so quick is you do have to react quickly and be proactive quickly enough as well. So, I would suggest that the Ukrainians doing it. Are the Russians doing this? From what I understand, that the Russian process is very top-down driven and that there's not a lot of planning that the lower subordinate units have to do because the Russian system is very top-heavy and very centralized. And from what I understand, and so if they're doing the same thing, I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing that now. If the Russians are emulating that now, based on some of the challenges that they've faced in the few months of the war, having this top-down centralized process is clearly not working for them. It'd be interesting to see if decades of doctrine, which have been beaten into their heads, of where you centralize the planning process and that there's very little say that your subordinates can have. I'd be very surprised if they're able to change that mindset, but it's very possible that they could be doing it. Again, I'm not ingrained into their military system, so I don't really know it that well.
Well, that was actually going to be my next follow-up to you was, do you have any insight into, in theory, what's, prior to the invasion anyway, what we thought their doctrinally, accepted way of going about planning, these, battle group to brigade sized operations is? Did they have a particular technique or method or algorithm for doing it, to your knowledge?
Oh yeah, they've been doing that. That's you pummel everything with artillery, shells, rockets, and missiles and bombs, and then you have your troops walk over it. That's Russian doctrine is centered on artillery and fires. When I say fires, I don't mean flame. I'm talking about artillery, rockets, bombs, and missiles. During and since the Second World War, Russian doctrine has always been centered around artillery. So in Russian doctrine, the maneuver units, the tanks, the infantry, the artillery, they're there to support the artillery. The artillery bombs, rockets, missiles, and destroys everything, regardless of the environment. And then you just have your maneuver units, fall up onto that. In Western doctrine, NATO doctrine, artillery supports all the maneuver units. So you use artillery precisely, and you use the minimum amount of artillery needed to destroy the enemy forces. So this way you conserve your ammunition, and then you have your tanks, infantry, and engineers come up onto the objective and finish off the enemy. But because the Russians have been so proficient at producing, and they've been like this for decades, because they're so proficient at producing massive volumes of artillery, bombs, rockets, and missiles, that is their go-to weapon, and that's why it's central to their doctrine. And so they've been following their doctrine when it comes to the use of artillery, rockets, bombs, and missiles. And they use that regardless of the environment. Doesn't matter if it's a rural countryside, an urban environment, jungle, Arctic, and desert, whatever. They'll just rocket bomb, missile artillery, everything, and just have the troops walk up onto the objective afterwards, which is completely opposite of NATO doctrine. But
how effective?
And that's why. Oh, sorry to interrupt, Finance. And that's why we've seen such a high level of destruction from the Russians throughout this campaign, because they're just going back to their doctrine and doing what they know best.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Major Drew. I said, how effective is their approach?
Well, it all depends on who they're fighting. I mean, if you're dealing with dealing with an opposing force that doesn't fight back or doesn't want to fight back, then it's quite an effective doctrine, and they've proven this over and over again. I mean, they did this during the Second World War dozens of times, and since the Second World War, I mean, they've gone into Berlin, they've gone into Hungary, they've gone into Afghanistan, they've gone into Chechnya, Syria, etc. So I mean, when the people didn't put up a fight, it was quite effective because they were so overwhelmed by the rockets, and the bombs, and the missiles, and the artilleries, and the helicopter gunships, and the fighter jets, putting so much violence onto the people that it worked quite well. But there have been cases, Afghanistan, for example, from 1979 to 1989, Chechnya, both in the first Russo-Chechen War of 1995 and then the second Russian-Chechen War of 2000. And now we see Ukraine in 2022, although you could arguably say since 2014, in all honesty, where when the people demonstrated that they were not going to be intimidated by such doctrine, it didn't work for them. And that's why you see the Russians, excuse my unofficer-like language, but that's why you see the Russians fumbling and fucking their way through this current war, is because they're fighting somebody who's fighting back, and that's why it's not working for them. And of course, the international condemnation, justifiable international condemnation of such use of their doctrine, and that it does harm civilians, has obviously been another negative ripple effect of their following this very centralized process, which relies on artillery to win wars.
Thank you, sir. Dry flies up with a question.
Yeah, I would like to first comment that I agree with you that the Russians fall back on their doctrine when they're in trouble. I mean, when they started this war, they tried a thunder run, which is completely, on Kiev, and it's completely contrary to what they typically historically have done. And it didn't work, and they fell back on the doctrine that they've done for 100 years or more, which is rebelize cities and march in. I think that's probably analogous to what's going to happen with their officer structure. They're not going to all of a sudden empower NCOs and such at the bottom level. They're going to double down and even be more top down, I think. And I think it's just because that's the way they do it. When they're in trouble, they double down on what they've always done. And I don't think it's going to work. I think it's going to be really, really ugly. Do you think you're going to start seeing cases where they're going to start fracking their own officers more than we've even seen reported? Because I just don't see how the conscripts that they have and the people they've signed on contract basically to come in for money are going to put up with it. And I'll listen.
Yeah, actually, Dryfly, I will comment that the Thunder Run, as you called it, and that of course comes from the American invasion of Iraq in March 2003, in which they threw columns into Baghdad. Actually, that Thunder Run has actually been a part of their doctrine during the Russian doctrine during and since the Second World War. It's actually, they call it from the march. And when I was on the Urban Operations Planners course there a few weeks back in Los Angeles with Colonel Spencer, I actually had to teach this to the students about. They always do this from the march, where the first echelon bypasses the city, and then usually the second echelon throws an armored column into the city, and if they get into the center of the city successfully and they're able to get to the government buildings, they can either, assassinate or take prisoner the leader of the country and his or her government. And then great, they don't have to use artillery and rockets and bombs and missiles anymore. They just made the country capitulate. It's when that particular doctrinal method, the from the march method, when that fails, and again, because the Russian senior political military leaders don't really care about human life, so it's okay to throw a couple of armor columns into a city. If they get destroyed, all right, we'll just artillery, rockets, bombs, and missiles everything now. We tried. But if the from the march thing works, if the from the march method works, then they don't have to do that. They've made the country capitulate. But if it doesn't work, okay, we'll go back to course of action number 2, which is bomb, rocket, missile, and artillery, everything. And like I said, they did this in Budapest in 1956, Prague in 1968, Kabul in 1979. They tried it in Grozny in 95 and 96 and 2000. And even Kharkiv in 2022. Whether they're going to start fragging their officers, I don't know. That I don't have intimate knowledge of what morale is like in the Russian army right now. And so, if they decide to go that route, that is a possibility. But it all depends on how hard they squeeze, how hard the senior leadership squeezes those young recruits, and how long they've been in the military for.
Thank you for that. I was unaware of that they actually have that as doctrine. I kind of thought they always fell back. That was their plan, was just to basically, bomb and then follow up, march into the rubble. So thank you for that. I will listen.
If I may briefly dovetail off of that, Major Giroux, one thing that interests me about the Russian peacetime military regulations, shall we say, is that my understanding is that contract soldiers in the Russian army, not sure about the conscripts, but the contract soldiers at least, can resign their contracts and essentially leave military service at any time for any reason. While Russia is not in a formally declared state of war. And so there have been many instances that have been, recorded of Russian soldiers quite literally, resigning from their contracts and just leaving and going back to Russia. Do you have any, thoughts or insights into, how difficult it is, or how much added difficulty it might create, for an army when your soldiers can just choose to, up and leave whenever they want to, with in theory, there's no consequences, but, in actual practice, they're I imagine their officers threaten and intimidate them to not do that. But, what kind of difficulties or dynamic does it create when your soldiers can just up and leave if they so choose?
Well, the historical precedent for this is not new. Soldiers having their contracts expire and then they leave. But as you suggested, John, what usually happens is that the officers or the senior leaders put the pressure on those soldiers to either remain in the military and continue fighting, because they do understand that if too many people leave, then they weaken their combat power and they're eventually going to end up losing battles and end up losing the war. This historical precedent goes back decades. In fact, there were I mentioned earlier that I focus on everything from the American Civil War to the present. During the American Civil War, initially they thought, both sides, the North and the South, thought, this war is going to last a few months, and then, the North's going to win or the South is going to win, and then we're going to end. And then there were soldiers who only had contracts for 1 year or maybe 2 or 3 years at the most. And when those contracts were up, their senior officers told them, we realize your contract is up, but you're not going anywhere. You're staying in and you're fighting until the end of this war occurs. And this happened, during the Great War as well. I'm sorry, the First World War, World War One. It happened during the Great War as well, where contracts were ended, but soldiers were strongly persuaded to remain. And in fact, it got to the point where it's like, all right, when you sign your contract, you're in it until the war ends. That's the reason why my maternal grandfather was in the Pacific Theater of the Second World War for 4 years. So almost 5 years, actually, by the time he got around to being decommissioned. So, yeah, this is something. And if you do that, of course, the negative ripple effects or impacts on your military is huge, because now you have soldiers who don't want to be there. And they'll put minimum amount of effort into following your orders. They'll do what they're told to do, but they'll do it with the minimum amount of energy and effort. People sometimes think that the military is this big machine where we're all robots and we follow orders right to the letter. But there's significant pushback from your subordinates. You know, you come up with what you think is a cunning plan, and your subordinates will push back. Your senior NCOs will push back and go, "Sir, I respect the fact that you're my officer and you're in charge, but this plan is awful," or "I don't like this plan because," or "Can we do this instead?" And any good officer or any good senior military leader is going to listen to his or her subordinates and go, "Okay, let me consider that," and then make the decision. Nope, we got to do it my way, or you know what? Let's amend the plan because that's actually a good idea. And if you don't do that, though, if you go, "Nope, it's my way or the highway," you're going to get soldiers who suddenly don't put a lot of effort into making sure your mission succeeds. And I mean, the worst case scenario is what occurred in Vietnam, when the American involvement in Vietnam, when there were soldiers who didn't like their officers or senior NCOs and the directions they gave. So suddenly it was called fragging, where fragmentation grenades were suddenly found in the most unlikely of places. And there were, these were literally, subordinate soldiers murdering their senior NCOs and senior officers because they didn't like them. Because they thought they were putting their soldiers' lives at risk, or they didn't like the plan. So I can only hope and pray that that's what's occurring in the Russian military right now. It'd be great to see, in all honesty. But it certainly has a very negative ripple effect on a military. And if that is what is occurring within the Russian ranks, that would be great to see. So.
Yeah, I think there was actually a month or two ago, I want to say that there was a report of a Russian, low-ranking Russian enlisted men attempting to frag a general officer, and it ended up in some sort of Mexican standoff until I believe some Spetsnaz operators arrived to evacuate the Russian general.
Well, I mean, whether that story is true or not, it certainly makes for great information operations and information warfare, because those are the kinds of whether it happened or not, I don't know, but those are the kinds of things that you want, from an information operations perspective, you want to, because you want to use that as propaganda against the opposing forces. Oh, look at that! You've got fellow Russian soldiers who are are taking the law into their own hands. Maybe you should join them because otherwise you're going to get killed. I mean, that's been propaganda throughout military history, really. That's been used throughout military history.
Finance, did you have anything you want to follow up any of that with?
I had a slight change of topic question. No, frog in my throat. I had accidentally removed a man from the space by accident, trying to bring him up. Whoopsies.
I'm sorry, what's wrong, Finance?
It's really easy to fat finger when you're the host, whether you remove people from the space or whether you bring them up. Actually, just remove somebody from the space. No, I had a question that redirects slightly, so I'll go with Bloke, and if his is on point, he can go. If not, I have a slight related. I have a separate question that would speak to your military history in the time frame that you specialize. Bloke, you're up.
Mine's not totally on topic either. It was about something that was discussed earlier, so go ahead. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and ask my question anyway.
Go ahead, Bloke.
Okay. Major, earlier you and the commander were talking about the possibility of when any offensive actions would take place, and there's speculation on doing it, let's say, in the autumn, even as late as November. American Thanksgiving, I think, is in November, right? And I'm just wondering, you know, I mean, I understand the impact that would have on Russian morale. Konstantin could probably really help us out here by explaining what the weather's like. But doesn't that also hamper the offense even more because there's more maneuver involved? So I guess it's a two-part question. First of all, Konstantin, what's the weather like in that time of year? And then to the Major, could you see the offensive actually going that late into the autumn and December?
Do you mean the Ukrainian offensive right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like, I really don't know. But the weather it's one large swamp. You know, Ukraine becomes a swamp. We have a really like heavy dirt that gets everywhere. Your being an infantryman during those times is hell. Your trenches, they fill up with water. You live in the swamp, like you're bogged down, not in terms of, you know, equipment, but just as a person, just walking from your you know, from the your sleeping place where you sleep, blindage, I don't know how to say it in English, to your position while you walk, your boots will become 2 kilograms heavier. That's like 4-6 pounds heavier, only because they got so much mud on them. And the weather, it's wet. It's, you know, the weather. It's all. The rains are coming, and it's just, you know, miserable time to be in the field. About the, you know, like I've said, Ukraine, we have not seen, and I don't think we will see Ukrainian major offensives like, I don't know, columns of tanks storming the fields. Ukraine does not utilize that tactic. I don't think we have seen it once. I think we have, and there was a failure. I think we learned on that. And just Ukraine is we're working, you know, we know the morale is low on that side. In the fall is going to be even worse. Cutting of the supply lines, making sure that you know, supply vehicles have really lots of trouble getting into the trenches on that side. That's going to be the key focus here, and making sure that, like Major Drew have said, that each soldier, you know, feels miserable. His contract is running out. He does not want to, you know, continue it. New troops don't want to come. They have lots of casualties, and that's like, it is happening right now. But with the fall, you know, like people say, fall depression. So imagine that having much wider scale and much more meaning now. Because everything sucks. Just everything sucks, and it impacts Ukraine as well. Let's be realistic. But Ukrainians, you know, we don't have anywhere to go back. Russians do. For them, it just, you know, it's very easy to stop this, especially when your contract is ending. You can, I don't know, cut yourself, get to the hospital, never come back. I don't know, get some penalty, and that's it. That's the worst that they can do against you. For Ukrainians, we will not, even though morale can be low, I don't, because no one likes living in that kind of conditions. It's still, we understand that we have no choice, and we will get through this. We will, you know, put our everything, all our strength into our fists, and go through this. So I think that's going to be the bet. I don't think there's going to be a major offensive. And when this is happening, they run. They just start running. And like Russian troops, you've seen this happening in north of Kharkiv. We've seen this happening in Kiev. Right. It wasn't a huge Ukrainian counteroffensive with the multiple armored vehicles, storming Russian positions. No, their supply lines were just distracted, and it was exactly about the same time that you and the same type of weather where it's not just sustainable. You live in that piece of shit weather for a human being, and they could not just tolerate it, and that's just it. I think that's gonna be another plan here, and it may not sound like as sexy as, I don't know, storming and taking the Kherson with urban fighting, but that's that's the reality I think that we're facing, because we don't have 200 or 300 tanks, and we don't have all the modern equipment in required numbers to perform wide-scale assault operations.
So, Constantine, thank you for that very fulsome answer. That was great. And I guess, Bloke, that cancels Chuck's course of action 3, because obviously, as Constantine said, the weather is obviously not agreeable at all to military operations, and that's understandable. Your tanks will get mired down in the mud, and your troops will get mired down in the mud as well. So maybe course of action 3 is not viable based on what Constantine has said. But I do appreciate, and I thought when Constantine was saying that the Ukrainian people don't have a choice. I mean, I've seen the signs, the people that say if the Russians quit, quit, there'll be no more war. If the Ukrainians quit, there'll be no more Ukraine. And if it reminded me of former Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir in 1969, when she said, "We've always said that in our war with the Arabs, we've had a secret weapon, no alternative." I'm not trying to open up another can of worms by talking about Middle East and Middle Eastern politics, but I think what Constantine said is very true of the Ukrainian people. And I don't think any Ukrainian soldier will want to quit, because they understand that the life of their country is at stake, and that's why they're so willing to take the fight to the Russians, which is more than admirable to see. But and hopefully the Russians, as Constantine says, and as John alluded to earlier with his story, let's hope the Russians are like, this just isn't worth it. But we have to understand that they're a very centralized, top-down system, and I'm sure Mr. Putin would have strong concerns and strong actions to that would be applied against Russian soldiers if they decided to surrender or give up. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't make it home either way. So
that was a really great and thorough answer. And getting back to the fragging idea, let's hope that someone throws a grenade all the way back to Moscow and frags the leader there. Maybe that would help. Thank you, both of you.
Yeah, and I don't think when you say give up and surrender, it's just people will not come back to the front line. That's just it. I mean, you cannot keep one soldier in a trench for half a year, right? You have to, even in Russia, you have to, I don't know, send him back for at least 3 to 5 days to have some kind of rest, some kind of. They're not gonna come back. It's not. It doesn't mean that they are gonna all surrender. All it means that they will simply have a deteriorating force that that does not want to fight. And I think Major can probably add a lot of historical perspective here, because I'm quite sure that things like that happened multiple times in history. So, and not only in the modern warfare, but also back in, I don't know, in probably even in ancient times as well.
Oh yeah, in the Great War, there were soldiers who would self-inflict their wounds, and it also happened occasionally during the American involvement in Vietnam, where American soldiers would sometimes, unfortunately, suddenly become wounded and suddenly have to be taken to the rear. So yeah, there's lots of historical precedent for that. John, in finance, I've got about 10 minutes left, and then unfortunately I do have to depart as well, so I can probably take a couple more questions before I depart.
Sure. So it's pretty clear all eyes of all militaries are on this war with the peer-on-peer conflict and all the modern weapons, etc., and everything. Looking back in history, sometimes you mentioned the American Civil War and also the Russo-Japanese War, where there were definite threads that were similar to World War I and how things were fought, and the Europeans didn't really pay attention to those two wars. What about this conflict? Were there prior conflicts that might have given us a better thread of understanding for how this one has gone that people didn't pay close enough attention to, or could have looked to and did pay attention to, and I'm just not one of the people paying attention?
Finance, that's a great question. And I'll say now that regardless of the conflict, professional soldiers, sailors, and aviators are always looking at the news and watching social media when any kind of conflict occurs, because they want to try to pull out those lessons learned, because we could be put into those situations, right? So it didn't matter, when Russia began their illegal invasion of the Crimea in 2014, you can bet NATO officers and soldiers and sailors and aviators were watching. And then when the Battle of Mosul was happening in 2017, or the Battle of Marwi was occurring, you can bet other urbanistas like myself were watching those battles as well. And so when this conflict began, I think all eyes within NATO was riveted on, okay, what are we going to learn from this particular fight? And there's some bad lessons learned. Like, you still get the folks out there who are like, haha, the Nagorno-Karabakh war in 2020 and now this Russia-Ukrainian war in 2022 proves that tanks are no longer usable on the battlefield, which I think is a big crock of shite. Armor is still vital on the battlefield. Just because the Russians don't know how to use their tanks tactically or operationally doesn't mean that tanks are no longer viable on the battlefield. So let's stop those kinds of shenanigans and bad rumors. I think what this war has proven again, because we saw it in Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020, we saw it in Mosul in 2017, and Marwi 2017, and we've seen it over the past 2 decades, is how vital information operations is. It is not its own stovepiped thing. Like, it's not something that you think of as an afterthought. It's not something that you integrate into the plan afterwards. Information operations and being able to tell the right story is vital to winning the hearts and minds of those who are not directly involved in the conflict. And I think the Ukrainians have given a master class on how to conduct information operations in this particular conflict. Everybody from President Zelensky all the way down to the soldiers on the front lines have been pumping out the videos and showing their side of the story quite well. The Russians have been able to do this successfully within Russia, but they haven't been able to do it successfully externally to Russia, as we've seen. The other thing I think which has been reinforced is the use of uncrewed aerial vehicles, UAVs, or the more colloquial term being drones. How these have become an interesting and an important tool in the tool belt of forces that use them. They're not necessarily a war winner, but they do give you some marked advantages on the tactical front. And so I think the use of UAVs is one thing too. And we saw that it started with terrorists using Class 1 UAVs, the small commercial off-the-shelf UAVs like that are sold by DJI in China. those small ones being used throughout the Middle East, and then you saw them extensively used during Mosul and Marwi once again. And now you're seeing them used more and more on the battlefield. So I see, I think NATO countries have been very focused on those 3 topics in particular: the use of armor, information operations, and uncrewed aerial vehicles. in particular. And it's funny how, my friend Dr. Margarita Koniev, a few weeks back, she was giving a seminar on Russia and urban warfare, and she said that history doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but there's times when it rhymes. What do we see? Finance. You mentioned the American Civil War and the Russo-Ukrainian, the Japanese-Russo conflict in 1905, and the Great War, where troops were digging in. And sure enough, aren't we seeing that once again in this war, where troops are digging in and building trenches and trench systems in order to stay protected from the high amounts of artillery and bombs and rockets and missiles. So the more things change, tanks, information operations, information warfare, and UAVs, the more things stay the same. Troops digging in and doing the business of closing with and destroying the enemy at close range. Some things never change.
Yeah, I remember one of the things I've noticed is how often I see U.S. personnel discussing the need to get Ukrainians the kind of shovel they use. I can't remember the name of it, but they say it every single time.
E-tool.
Thank you.
Yeah, the entrenching tool.
But yeah, so I appreciate you coming here, Major Giroux. If anyone has one last question for the Major, if he has time for it, we always appreciate his time here. Do you have time for one more? Or are you done for the evening?
One more question, Dean.
John, Constantine, last one.
If nobody else has anything, I have one loaded.
Fire away.
Understood. So, Major Sure, you briefly mentioned the tank and all of these hot takes, shall we say, that many people have had, that the tank is now obsolete. And I completely agree with you. That's total nonsense. But what I wanted to ask you was, do you think there is some truth to the idea that, given the prevalence of, man-portable ATGM systems, that the battlefield has become a less permissive environment for the tank and for other armored vehicles, and that if you do not utilize them correctly, as in the case of the Russians, you will suffer absolutely horrific casualties above and beyond what you might have otherwise suffered, 10 to 20 years ago?
John, that is what I would love to hear from people more often, in all honesty. That is dead center mass of the target. Yes, of course. Anti-armor weapons like MANPADS and the NLAWs, etc. Yeah, they've been very critical in destroying a lot of Russian armor and a lot of Russian armored fighting vehicles. So the focus is, the anti-armor weapons, this is why tanks use, no. So now you adjust your tactics, because you adjust your tactics, techniques, and procedures to mitigate the effects of those particular weapons. And so, yeah, it's how you use the tank in battle, and coming up with different TTPs that will overcome the use of those anti-armor weapons. That is the solution. The solution is not remove the tank from the battlefield altogether. Call me crazy, but as a professional soldier who's been doing this for 27 years, going to your soldiers and saying, we're going to remove a weapons system and a weapons platform from the field of battle just because we've had a couple of them blown up, that does not endear the love of your subordinate soldiers, because now you're taking weapon systems away from them that could actually become quite vital. So yeah, John, you're bang on, dead center mass of the target. It is, don't get rid of the weapon system. Find other tactics, techniques, and procedures to overcome the challenges that weapon system is currently facing, so that you can continue to use that weapon system to close with and destroy the enemy.
Thank you very much. And as a final corollary to that, and then we'll let you go for the evening, do you think even in situations where the tank is employed correctly, do you think it is likely that we will see elevated rates of losses and attritions beyond, again, what we would have seen historically, even in cases where they're used correctly?
I can't answer that question until we actually start seeing those TTPs evolve, and then I'll be able to get back to you with the operational research as to whether it's gone one way or the other. Good to go there, John. Finance.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good to go. And I want to say thank you very much for being here, Major Giroux. Have an excellent evening. You're always welcome to the panel. Please come on up. You don't need to wait for Yehuda to coax you up to the panel, although we always like hearing it.
Yeah, Yehuda played that one very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, usually before I leave, I always like to throw an advertisement out for the Maria Report and the Maria Aid. So if you are a first-time listener to the Maria Report, there's this fantastic organization called Maria Aid, which the Maria Report is linked with. And this organization collects donations from you. And if you're so generous to divorce yourself of a few dollars and donate it to Maria Aid, all the 100% of the funds raised through Maria Aid buy and purchase and ship over to the Ukraine non-lethal materials, equipment, and supplies for Ukrainian civilians and Ukrainian soldiers. And so if you feel so inclined to support the Ukrainians and feel that maybe you haven't just done enough, please give generously to Maria Aid, and they will ensure that because this is all a 100% volunteer effort and none of this money goes into their pockets, they will make sure that that money is wisely spent as best they can in order to send supplies over to the Ukrainian people, both their civilians and their military personnel, so that they can defend themselves and they can eventually win this war against Russia and its illegal invasion of the Ukraine of Ukraine itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give generously. And with that, thank you very much for your time. And I hope I was able to contribute to the conversation this evening. And I hope you have a good day or good evening wherever you are located. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Major Giroux. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. And we appear to have one new friend coming up. If anybody else wishes to speak here, just click on the bottom left to request to come up to speak. We are a relatively open space here. Unless you start pushing Russian talking points and narratives, then I don't really need to have you up here to speak. Sorry, I'm co-host. I don't really have time for that. If you're going to push genocidal support narratives, it's come out today what's going on in Kherson, and it is literally horrific. You are reading about reports that are as bad as Holocaust reports. That is the only thing I can compare it to. They have mobile crematorium running 24/7. They are burning the bodies of their dead soldiers and to hide all the atrocities that they're committing upon Ukrainians. Apparently there are significant amounts of torture and just general murder going on. Partisan activity, the only good, if you will, news is that partisan activity is at all-time highs because of the incredible the way in which they're managing the city is not endeared the populace to the Russian soldiers. They are acting in such vicious and brutalistic fashion that the entire populace has turned against them. And it seems that it sounded like teenagers, but it sounds like it might be kids too, are literally stabbing Russian soldiers to death anytime they are single and drunk. The Russian soldiers are drunk all the time. Their air is now thick with the smoke of burned bodies, and you can have the smell across the city at all times. It is absolutely fucking horrific. The literal only thing that I can compare it to is the Holocaust. That is what is going on in the Kherson Oblast, currently occupied by the Federation of Russia. So, with that horrible news, our next hand up is Sammy. Sammy, welcome to the space.
I am a photographer and I am autistic and I support Ukraine. I make my Peter Pan talk with my doll, and I want just to say thank you for sharing your story.
Well, we appreciate you being up here, Sammy, and we appreciate all support for Ukraine. What country are you from, sir?
I am from France.
Great. Look, I know y'all vote. I certainly hope that the rest of the people in France give as much support as you do. Certainly nice to hear that the French people are supporting Ukraine. I know your leadership is only somewhat supportive sometimes, but we see the same in Germany. Lots of Germans on this space, very, very supportive of Ukraine. German people, polling shows they're very supportive of Ukraine. German government, well, we ripple off Schultz on a daily basis here. And President Macron, not so far behind. So, do appreciate you being in the space. Do appreciate your support of Ukraine, sir. That is that's always appreciated space. That said, Dryfly, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Dryfly. So apparently we're starting to see major logistical issues and possibly the Kerch Bridge. A listener said the Kerch Bridge has been hit.
Really?
Yeah, I thought you would appreciate that.
Yeah,
Send
this to me, finance.
Yeah, has anyone found a picture of this? A listener told me that in PM the Kerch Bridge has been hit. I asked for a picture, but I haven't seen anything yet, and I haven't seen any verified reports yet. So if anyone has seen or can verify the Kerch Bridge being hit, that would clearly make our day. Until then, it is just a rumor, and I cannot report this one as fact. So
Well,
if
I can
anyone
tell you, I can tell you one of the things that really struck me. I heard on your guys' channel maybe a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it was Gunny who said it, but they don't have to take out the bridge. They don't have to knock it down permanently. Just do like they did in Kherson to that bridge. Make it unusable, and that'd be enough. Just to slow the flow of goods into Crimea. It put a ton of pressure on them.
Yeah, so I mean the thing is so that was discussing the Antonovsky Bridge, which is the bridge right over the Dnieper. The Kerch Bridge is like the number one target in Crimea.
Oh, I know. Oh, no. That's what he was saying, though. He was saying that everyone's saying you have to knock it down, into the channel. You don't have to do that to raise hell for the Russians. Just make it unusable for a month or 2 weeks or something. I mean, they're flowing stuff across into Crimea all the time, from what they were saying.
Yeah, so there's rumors that it's been hit, but we have no verification. So if anybody, I am the least. If I can't click into Twitter Kerch Bridge and click into Dr. Google Kerch Bridge and find something come up, that is the extent of my technical savvy to find a picture.
Well, I'll dig around and look. But yeah, that's pretty. Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, yeah, the Atacams are there.
Yeah,
I've seen nothing. By the way, I'm dredging through all of my feeds. I see absolutely nothing about the Kerch Bridge being hit. Maybe somebody misinterpreted another tweet.
Yeah, there might have been a misinterpretation. I'm seeing another excellent long-time listener saying no hits on the Kerch Bridge. So I guess it's more of a man can wish here. We would love to hear about the Kerch Bridge enjoying a nice big puff of Atacams fire and being out of operations for a while.
But again, partisan activity, they don't have to knock it down. You can damage stuff without absolutely destroying it. And so, I mean, you just, you blow up some stuff on it. It could take some time to clear, especially
I don't think they have partisans as deep as where the Kerch Bridge is. A, and B, that thing is a very big, very solid looking structure. I think you need more than, unless the partisans are getting like 1,000 pounds of TNT or something. It's going to be pretty hard to take that sucker down.
Well, like I said, you don't have to necessarily take it down. Or you can disable a bridge pretty significantly without absolutely collapsing it.
For sure. With that, Daryl, I see your hand is up. Welcome back up to the space. Love your 1940s style fella.
Hey, I like it. Yeah, with that bridge, it's a suspension bridge. If they're able to take it would take an aircraft though to be able to hit those cables. That bridge would be useless, would almost be useless, even as big as it is, because those cables are doing a lot of the heavy lift on it. So if they could if they were able to hit the connection points where the cables connect, It would probably be harder to hit those cables, but if they hit the connection points, that's where you would want to hit it at. And you totally disable it. But yeah, I like my 40s. I like my little 40s fella.
Humphrey Bogart was one of my favorite actors, and Casablanca is my favorite movie. So, for some totally pointless trivia about me, I do appreciate the stylistic fellow you've got there. Back to Dry Fly.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was going to say too. The other part about it is that, you know, all those structures, the cables, all the metal parts. A plane would be great, but a truck with fuel oil would do it too. You know, a fuel oil bomb. I mean, that's why I would say partisans. I mean, with all the fires that have been going on in Russia, okay, all of them, everywhere. I mean, don't put it past the partisans. They may be the most dangerous factor in this whole thing before it's over. Because you got people who are all over the Russia and some of the other republics that are very likely to be of partial or full Ukrainian descent that have lived there. I mean, they have a real problem on their hands, and those fires in Russia show you how deep that problem goes. So I would not be surprised at all to see sabotage in Sevastopol, at the Kerch Bridge, any of those places, Rostov-on-Don, anywhere in that area, because there's so many people living on the other side of borders that are sympathetic. I mean, it was the problem that Ukraine worried about with Russians in Ukraine, and they had some of that. They had, traitors. They had people who turned. So yeah, that could easily happen, and it doesn't necessarily have to completely drop it. Like boom into the river, into the channel. Just do enough damage that it holds it up for 2 weeks, a month while they do repairs. That'd be a huge problem for Russia. Huge.
So you saying make that concrete or the asphalt hot enough to where it kind of melts and loosens? Tempers the rebar underneath, or you just
exactly the steel. Yeah, you temper the steel. That's what happened in the trade towers. The World Trade Towers. Exactly what happened. The temperatures inside it from the fuel oil burning softened the heat treat on the metal, and the metal collapsed. And in this case, you don't even have to necessarily destroy the bridge completely. You don't have to drop it. But if they get to the point where they're worried about it, they're worried about the rebar, they're worried about the cables. Yeah, they have to check it. They'll have to do tests. They'll have to do a lot of stuff. I mean, and I forget who said, I think it was Gunny who was the one who suggested that for the Ukrainians, that may be the perfect solution, because you don't want to disable an asset like that. If you're ever going to get Crimea back, you might want to have that bridge. Who knows what economic benefit will come from it someday, but you don't want them using it now. You absolutely don't want them using it now, especially the railroad bridge. That's the most important part. So it'll be interesting to see if there's some news on that, because I don't know if you need to do all as much damage as people think. I don't think it has to drop it in the channel.
If I may finance, the other potential targeting option that was discussed is targeting the ramps onto and off of either or both the road bridge and the rail bridge, trying to cavitate the ground under it and make it structurally unsound. That's another alternative. I try to avoid discussing the Kerch Bridge in too much depth, because we've beaten this horse quite literally, probably 200 times, so many dozens of times. But yes, there's a number of ways that the Ukrainians could probably go about this. Each of them has their own pros and cons. Unfortunately, Crimea doesn't really have much of a partisan movement that we're visibly aware of in terms of, violent armed resistance. We've seen the occasional, act of civil disobedience and, and similar events, but I don't think we've really seen much armed partisan or armed resistance in Crimea, unfortunately. We can only hope that the SBU and the HUR have quietly nurtured such activities and will initiate them in the future as necessary.
Can I just speak on that? And I'm going to
Sure, go ahead.
kind of be quiet. Yeah, I think that if they were to have a partisan effort, you wouldn't want them doing small stuff, not in Crimea, because then they'll get found and they'll be flushed. So you would want them to bury deep, almost like moles, just absolutely go deep. And when the switch goes off, that's when you want them. And the thing they're going to do it big. It's not going to be small. They're not going to blow up post offices. It's too important a place. It's too strategic. So yeah, if they've got cells and groups in there, they're going to want them to stay quiet. They're going to want them to go to ground until they're needed. And I'm not an expert in this stuff for sure, but I mean, that one is kind of standard operating procedure. You read about it all the time, that if you have insurgents and partisans, you don't want them found. In fact, I think it was Chuck we were talking to maybe a month ago, 2 months ago. He says that in Kherson, he says, yeah, that'll be the hard part, is keeping the people there who want to be active partisans to keep quiet, keep safe, keep ground until they're going to be needed if there's, when the offensive comes. Because there will come a time where they can be super beneficial, but if they go above the radar too soon, they'll be discovered on a mission that isn't meaningful, and then they won't be there when they're needed. So, I mean, there's just a lot for us to watch. And I think Konstantin is right about the offensive. I don't think the offensive is going to be some kind of Western style, huge march of tanks. I think it's just going to be a whole lot of shit that happens at once in certain places that really turn the Russians upside down. It'll be interesting to see, It's going to happen. I don't think they're going to sit and just let this thing stew forever.
Well, fingers crossed. I would assume that the remaining Ukrainians, as well as the native Tatars, or the indigenous Tatars, I should say, in Crimea, are none too happy about the current state of affairs in regards to the ongoing occupation. So hopefully they will be given an opportunity to express themselves in some very interesting ways sometime in the hopefully near future.
Apparently, hold on. We're having some technical difficulties. Daryl lost his audio. Trying to get him back up. Maybe he gets to play the bouncing game like our guest earlier. We're having one of those special moments in Twitter where Twitter does things, and we sort of wonder what it's doing. Ryan is also coming up. Maybe
I was about
he'll
to
be on the stand.
I think he might also be having connection issues because this is the second time I've accepted a speaker request.
Daryl, welcome back.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah, I lost when Draftfly was talking. It went silent on me. That was all.
All right, Ryan, welcome to the space. How are you today, sir?
It's not day anymore, but I survived another one.
Well, if you drink enough, it feels like the day.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, man. If you're not drunk enough, if you just keep drinking, it becomes daytime. It's great. You just realize all of a sudden it's day, and you wonder where the time went. You might be passed out on the floor somewhere you don't belong, but that's another issue.
I'm on a sabbatical. I'll stick with tea. Good to see you guys this evening. Has Highmark clock shown up? I might need to fix myself something neat.
In fact, it's been harm o'clock.
Oh, is there been a harm strike, John?
So, according this was from a report about 12 hours ago. According to various Ukrainian sources, over the past 3 days, they have successfully destroyed at least 17 Russian air defense systems using the latest AGM-88Ds that they have received.
I did catch that this afternoon. I had to drop out of the space this evening. I caught, I believe, 3 out of 3 of the special guest interviews. I did miss a portion of the gentleman from Idaho. The bit that I did catch from him, I thought was pretty good, but he ended his speech by letting us know he was a Boise State graduate, and that's when he lost me. That said, I may have in my possession an extremely valuable piece of sports memorabilia that is not at all appreciated by any University of Oklahoma fans, but could potentially be auctioned or sold in order to get him some kit that he needs over in Ukraine. So I need to get in touch with that guy. I assume if he is an alum of Boise State, I have something I would be willing to donate in order to facilitate him being properly outfitted as he volunteers his time and blood, sweat, and tears in Ukraine. I don't need this football, but it's I'm sure it would be highly coveted by people from his alma mater, and need to figure out how to make that happen. I'm tired.
Why all the hate for Boise State? I mean,
they don't want to get off on too much of a diatribe here, but there was a blowout of an NCAA football game. It was actually rated by ESPN to be the #1 collegiate football game of the decade between 2000 and 2010. And that game was played between Boise State and the University of Oklahoma, and it was thrown by a bunch of crappy refs. But I may or may not possess a football signed by both of the coaches and given to one of the university presidents at that game, and I don't want to look at it anymore. So if I can convert a useless piece of sports memorabilia that means little or nothing to me into some goods or resources that might help people free the Ukrainians from genocidal invasion, then I would be happy to send that thing off to a better cause where it would actually be appreciated.
Oh, I think you have a little too much attachment to that footy bally game, and
frankly, I'm not a big sports ball guy. I just happened to be working at the university around that time and happened to know some people. Sports ball's not my thing.
All right. Well, moving on, we have some hands. Polymath, and then I can't pronounce your name. Irlingus. Polymath, you're
up. Great to be back. Good to see you guys. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with you, John, on the harms. Could you get into more specifics there? And then I had another question, but I seem to have lost it. It was a comment about the partisans in Crimea. I know that the Tatars, the Crimean Tatars, are, the Russians arrested and harassed a lot of their leadership and, trumped up, criminal charges. And so there is a lot of frustration amongst the Crimean Tatars. And there's also a lot of Ukrainians that, were forced to leave, but I know that I'm sure some of them are still there. But it's pretty tightly kept under control by the Russians, the Crimea. So I just wanted to add that comment. So yeah, more curious about all those the harms, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit more, John. Thank you.
So unfortunately, I don't have much good info as to what all of the 17 air defense systems were. It looks like at least one of them was a Pantsir, and then of potentially those 4 S-300 systems that we saw destroyed, I get the sense that those were also the harms. That one Pantsir was destroyed at the same time as the S-400s, or excuse me, the S-300s. So I assume that was all the work of some AGN-88s. Beyond that, I don't have any specific info as to what the other, 12 systems that were destroyed would be, I'm afraid. If you want to ask me questions about the harm itself, if there's anything specific you'd like to know, I can try and take a shot at that.
Yeah, you're rifling off these, references to weapon systems like the 88, the 88s that you just referenced. I have no idea what that is. So please elaborate.
So the AGA, stumbling over my words here. The AGM-88 that's just the designation for the harm. So that its full name is the AGM-88 Harm High Speed Anti-Radiation Missile. So the harm and the AGM-88, same thing. It's just like an AIM-9 or a Sidewinder. It's just the first part's the numerical designation. The second part's like it's more common name. The Ukrainians, it appears they were given the D variant, the AGM-88D, which has, in addition to the passive radar receiver seeker that it has, it also has a GPS guidance unit and an INS guidance unit, which enables some interesting capabilities to defeat some of the most basic countermeasures that a radar or any other radio emission source could take to avoid being struck by an anti-radiation missile. So that improves their effectiveness and also enables additional ways of operating the weapon. And if you want, I can go into a little bit of detail on either of those two things.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing you say is there's a specific weapon that targets the radar of these air defense systems, and it's a very big advancement as far as what Ukrainian capability. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, exactly. That's an anti-radiation missile. The name comes from the fact that they all have, at a minimum, a radar receiver seeker, and that detects radio spectrum or emissions in the radio spectrum or emissions in the radio portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. And then once it detects, a given emission, it will home in, on the strongest emission source that it can find, that'll be determined by some, computer algorithm that's running on board the missile's onboard, avionics. So it can home into radio emissions from a radar unit. It can home into emissions from an electronic warfare system. It can also potentially home into emissions from certain communication systems under certain circumstances, depending on how strong that signal is and whether or not it's directional, etc. So anything that emits in the radio region of the electromagnetic spectrum is potentially targetable by an ARM, an anti-radiation missile such as the HARM.
That's freaking awesome. So from what I'm gathering from your comments the last few days, John, and others too on this subject, it seems like that specific missile or ammunition and capability is what has enabled the Ukrainian Air Force to fly with more confidence in Kherson.
Yes, I suspect this is likely the case. They've been the direct cause has been the destruction of these Russian air defense assets, which has been enabled by them now having harms in inventory. There is an ARM of Russian/Soviet make, the KH-31 Krypton. I forget its NATO reporting number off the top of my head. The Russians have been using them in an attempt to suppress Ukrainian air defenses since the beginning of the invasion. They've been largely unsuccessful. They've destroyed a number of systems since the invasion began, but that campaign has obviously not been overly effective. But I don't know how many of the KH-31s Ukraine itself had in inventory when the invasion began, or how quickly they might have exhausted those. So the ability for them to launch, standard Western munitions that we have and large quantities is definitely a leg up for them now.
Thanks. That's really appreciated. Learned a lot just there. Thank you.
All right. And our next question is, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Earlingus.
Hi. Yeah, you got it right. Thank you. So I got a good question. Some of these videos that you see with the HIMAR, and then it looks like as if some kind of air trying to intercept these missiles. If they're not hitting, where are they really still aiming at these, or I'm assuming it's expending those defensive air missiles as well. Like, if they can't intercept it, why are they firing it?
I got nothing. We have Gurney and Daryl up, who are both up, and Constantine is up. We have 3 veterans up. Could you guys answer this question for Mr. Iralingus? I got nothing for why they would fire when they can't hit the broadside of the barn, given what they're firing at.
The radar may be able to target it, but the missile doesn't have the capability. It's a speed situation. He's trying to hit it in a vector. The missile comes in faster than the intercepted missile can actually get it into its range and hit it where it thinks it's going to be.
Gotcha. And I'm assuming sometimes it gives the position away.
John, do you have some thoughts here?
Oh, no, I was going to briefly add that we know for a fact they're continuing to attempt to intercept them. We saw a video from the latest Gimler strike on Melitopol, and there was very clearly an interceptor that streaked across the sky in that video. So they're definitely still trying to intercept them.
Gotcha. So I got another 2-part question, I suppose. So these S-400s that they're using to fire on the ground, so I guess anti-air defense firing on the ground, like, what is the cost of these missiles? I tried to find that, I just couldn't find it.
$1 to $2 million a piece, or more potentially.
Okay, so I mean, I'm sure that's still no cheap, but something tells me they got plenty of those, unfortunately. And my last question is, what's the holdup with United States or any other nations that haven't designated Russia as a state terrorism? Thank you for your time.
Battlemuth, did you want to respond to any of that? And I'm assuming finance.
I'm good because Canada has designated Russia as a state that sponsors terrorism, and they were either the first or second country to do it. So I got nothing there, but I just wanted to mention with the harms in play now. All these little Ruskies manning the air defense, they now have a choice. Do I launch and keep my radar lock and risk, taking a harm to the face, or do I shut my radar off and basically spray and pray? It's very much one of the things that the Americans did during Vietnam is they would attack these radar sites, and the Vietnamese had a choice, whether they those great big SA-2s that they had back in the day were like the size of telephone poles, would just go wandering off into the yonder because as soon as the radar was shut off on the ground, it lost lock. The same thing with these systems. Now, some of the systems, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the 400 and the 500 definitely. The 400 is supposed to have independent radar on board, but they're always conferring with the ground. But the harms definitely bring a whole different dimension. And for those of you who don't know, like, anti-radiation missiles are kind of one of the pinnacles of technology. And it surprised me that the Americans gave them to the Ukrainians. I thought they would, in the grand scheme of things, I thought the Americans would maybe give them some of their cruisers, the Ticonderogas that they're retiring. I thought that was more plausible than the Ukrainians getting harms. Or the Ukrainians getting like M1 Abrams. I thought that was more plausible than them getting anti-radiation missiles. So this is boding very well for the Ukrainians. It means that they are a trusted ally.
I wouldn't give up hope on those M1s yet, though.
I'm still holding out hope for those Ticonderogas. I really want to see a bunch of stuff, a bunch of targets in Russia just eat a massive amount of TLAMs.
Can you imagine those ones that are sitting in Norfolk right now that are waiting to be decommissioned just suddenly sail out under the Ukrainian naval battle honor?
Oh, imagine the unexpected Ukrainian strikes on St. Petersburg.
Besides the amazingness of the speculation of the Ukrainian Navy appearing halfway around the world from the Black Sea or Ukraine, so can someone? So my understanding from reading about these harms is once your radar's on at all, they lock on, and it doesn't matter if you turn it on or off. You're what's the technical term? Boned. Big booms are coming.
It depends, and I suspect Moose is going to say the same thing. It depends if the anti-radiation missile has an alternative guidance system like GPS or INS. The harm does, or specifically the C has the AGM-88C has INS, and I believe the D has INS plus GPS. So even if the emitting radar that it is, homing in on, switches itself off, it can still, the missile can still continue along its same trajectory, towards the target, even if the source of emission stops emitting.
Is there any kind of thermal signature from those radars once they shut it down?
That's a good question. I don't think the harm has an infrared seeker on it, though. The latest versions, the E and then I think it's either the F or the G, they have they have an active radar seeker, millimeter wave radar for use in the terminal phase of flight. But I don't think any of them that we know of in terms of publicly released information has any kind of infrared seeker on it.
Yeah, I was just thinking that the radars, even though they're switched off, they still emit. I mean, if the vehicle is still running, I thought those things would be emitting until they spin down.
So, if for infrared to work, they have to have direct line of sight with them. And if there is a direct line of sight, there is actually no need for the radiation missiles, and they don't. It's used a bit differently, I think. And infrared is just maybe a determination phase of the missile where it's around a couple 1 kilometer away or even less from the radar itself. But from what I read and from what I've been told, those work. Even if you turn off the radar, they still the coordinates already calculated, and they will still find it.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, Konstantin.
Yeah, I was just thinking more of the line of if they are still. I mean, they still have a minimum radiation that they're putting, radar wave that they're putting out until they actually spin down. So you turn it off, but even though it's not putting out the high power, that it would be putting out a low power signature. That's what I mean by thermal signature, not necessarily for infrared, but for the radar itself.
My guess. Sorry, you can go ahead, Konstantin.
No, go ahead. I did not understand that. That's all.
So if I'm correct, let me make sure I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, Daryl. You're asking if even once it's shut off, it will continue to emit some kind of residual radio signal?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, so I'm not sure about the older, analog, traditional radar systems, but my instinct is for the electronically scanned ones, be they active or passive. I'm pretty sure you can flip those on and off, literally with the flip of a switch, because it's all solid state.
Okay, that makes a big difference then. Okay, but I just thought their systems were a lot older, so they would have that bit of residual. But if they're completely solid state, then yeah.
Back in the day, yeah, back in the day when radars had magnetrons, you would have to switch the radar off, and the magnetron, which is basically a big capacitor, would you'd have to wait till it would keep emitting till the magnetron discharged. And that's why when you go up to the Canadian DEW line, you can literally take a fluorescent light bulb, walk around the height finder, and there's enough radiation being put out to light up that fluorescent light bulb.
Yeah, Dad was he worked on radars in avionics, and he almost got fried by a radar on the ship. It was supposed to be powered down.
So we're going to go to our friend Leonard. Then I have a broad overarching question. So Leonard, welcome back up. One of our many Canadian friends here on the space.
Thank you, Finance. And I have a question for Battle Moose and maybe a secondary for John. But I missed a good part of the flow today. So maybe this is kind of behind the eight ball. But the harms picture, first of all, do we have any conception as to how many harms may be in play right now in the battle space? And if Battle Moose knows any further details on that. And then secondly, with regard to the what John was conveying on, I believe the 400s that the Russians had deployed. He indicated that it was a switch on, switch off situation, possibly in terms of what the Russians can do with their radar. But aside from that, I'm just wondering what sort of projected impact this may have in the overall battle space, because it seems to me that what this results in is a total Faustian bargain for the Russians. In other words, if they turn their AS-400s on, they get hammered, and if they turn them off, they still get hammered. And with ATACMS in the mix somewhere, not to mention HIMARS that are already in the mix, clearly, it would just seem to me that the Russians have really got to be they got to be running scared on this entire strategic picture right now. And do we have any present synopsis on numbers? Because I think the numbers will tell us literally how hard the Russians are going to be running here. So anything you got on that would be great. Thank you.
No, the only thing I saw was the Pentagon did a press briefing, I think earlier today, where they confirmed that harms were sent. And they said 100% we have sent harm missiles to Ukraine, which if there's anybody from the Air Force here, I'd like to hear their input on it, because it's not like you can just take one. It'd be like an AMRAAM. You just can't take an AMRAAM, and lock and load it onto a rack on a MiG-29. It's got to have a very specific radar system. It's got to have a very specific mount. The interface and whatnot. It would be interesting to know how they got around that, unless there's maybe some. And I'm just speculating here. It's late here, so I'm going to stab at the dark. Maybe they have some Western-styled aircraft that they're firing these from.
Well, that's what we were talking about, those Polish aircraft. They've been upgraded.
Exactly. There was a number of Polish MiG-29s that received a wide range of upgrades: a U.S.-made GPS unit, a MIL standard 1553 data bus or serial bus, some multifunctional displays, some planning thing, digital avionics replacing the old analog avionics, a number of other things. So I think the rails are probably the easiest part. The question is, all the onboard electronics as you're getting to Battle Moose. One of the things that I believe Thomas Steiner pointed out in the excellent thread that he did on this is that one of the modes that you can operate harm in, and this is the likely mode the Ukrainians will be operating it on, given the extreme difficulty they would likely have with the other two, given these potentially incompatible avionics, is pre-brief mode, where essentially you have preset GPS coordinates loaded into the missile. You launch it, it flies to those coordinates, then the radar receiver switches on and begins attempting to acquire, a source of radio emissions and target it.
All right. I believe our hands are Dryfly then Daryl, but it might be Daryl then Dryfly. As you know, the only way to solve these problems is a Thunderdome.
Hey, I was just going to say that same thing about the missiles. I read that same article that there were 3 modes that missile can operate under, HARMS can operate under, and he was suggesting that it was the third one, that was you program a position, the jet flies high, goes supersonic, so you get the maximum range out of it, launch it, then it gets to the place where it's looking for, and once it gets to that area, then it starts looking for something with a radar signature. And he said it's a pretty effective way to use them if you have spotters on the ground that can find those units and report them. And he says Ukraine has got tons of that. Grandmas with cell phones, basically. People out there who see a SAM site, report it, it gets logged in, and then they go after it later. And I think that's probably logical, because it doesn't seem like there's Western jets, or we would probably start seeing evidence of that, and we haven't. And I'll listen.
Don't crap all over my dreams there, Dryfly.
Hey, I do have some good news for you, though. I was just looking for stuff on that Kerch Bridge for finance, and I sadly did not find anything, but it looks like there are reports that Putin sacked some more generals. Has that been discussed at all lately? Up to 6 generals, and a colonel of the FSB has been killed. That's like in the last couple days. Any word on that?
Was that battlefield, or was that by way of
Yeah, the FSB guy was killed in battle. They didn't say where, but they said he was killed in action somewhere. The 6 generals that got sacked, though, were because Putin's mad at them because they're not performing. And I guess a couple of them are some pretty big guys. I mean, looks like he's had another purge. So all the talk about Russia winning, obviously Putin doesn't think so, or he wouldn't be firing his staff.
Well, let's hope he fires some more of them, preferably with bullets. Portland or Daryl, one of you, I don't know who's in order here. Daryl, was your hand still up?
Yeah. Now, this is going to all these S-400s that have been destroyed. Okay, so given that, you got a lot of holes in their air defense with the lack of, I'm not sure of where these are and their ability to resupply these in theater at a decent rate. You got significant holes in their defense, and being able to run air sorties now, knowing that you've significantly reduced or eliminated all the air other than from man pads. That's a pretty significant turn in the battle space.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. Portland, I see your hands up. If Moose or Gurney or Constantine wants to comment on that as well, I'd be more than interested to hear your guys' thoughts on what the battle space looks like now that Russia's air defenses seem to be going boom.
I'm desperately trying to kill a mosquito that's flying around my head right now, so I can't comment.
And I would like to listen to Portland.
Portland. Dunder Mifflin the fella. Sell some paper.
Hey, sorry about that. The conversation moved on from the point I wanted to make, so I'll just sit and listen.
Okay, the entire panel is not allowed to go Canadian at once. Somebody has to actually want to talk about the point they want to talk about. So on the spot is going to be Portland, because Constantine said he wanted to hear you talk. So Portland, whatever you want to talk about, you're up, sir.
So I was wondering if anybody knows with some degree of clarity what launching platform the Ukrainians are using for these harms, because when those turned up in theater, I was very surprised.
MiG-29s, baby. Polish MiG-29s. Well, we assume Polish, because a number of Polish MiG-29s received a very comprehensive suite of avionics and data/serial bus upgrades, including some GPS modules from the U.S., and a number of other very nice things. And the Pentagon also confirmed they were being launched from Ukrainian aircraft. So, given that the Poles had ready access to that, we can only assume that those MiG-29s must have been the ones the Poles upgraded, unless we have somehow found a way to perform similar upgrades to the Ukrainian fleet, in the past 6 months, which would also be fantastic.
Oh, wow. Just like, it was already getting to be a pretty hard life for a Russian air defense commander. It is about to get so much worse.
Constantine, is something you want to...
Can those systems be launched from the ground, or it's only air launch systems?
I've never seen them launched from the ground, but, at the end of the day, anything with a rocket motor and a sufficiently determined operator can, in fact, be launched from the ground. You get a significantly reduced engagement envelope, and that's probably not how you would want to use that type of missile. But, it's possible.
What's the range on it if air dropped?
150 kilometers.
So how much do you think it if it would be shot from the ground? How much reduction would you think it have?
Under 20 kilometers. Most of the kinematic envelope for that type of a missile actually comes from the kinetic energy imparted by the launching aircraft.
I got it. Thank you.
So, briefly regarding the ground launch systems, there was a proposal as far back as 2018 to develop one, but the thing is with that That one was designed to support the AGM-88G, which is a new, radically different. It's a massive overhaul to the missile. It is a completely different form factor. So I don't think that if that system was actually developed, I don't think that the D variants that Ukraine has been supplied with would be compatible with such a system. So there would have to be a separate system from that developed. I want to say that I think there might have been one experimental system developed, maybe by the Israelis actually. The part of the whole issue is the form factor of the harm is a little bit awkward from a ground launch perspective or any kind of tube or canister launch, because it has these really, really large forward fins that do not fold. So they're just kind of sticking out there, which is fine, if you're being carried, on an external weapon pylon of an aircraft. But it's problematic for, if you want to pack it into a tube to be launched from a ground-based platform. It's also problematic if you want to carry it in the internal bay of an aircraft, such as on a stealth fighter like the F-35, which is the main reason why we've developed the AGM, the 88G, so that way it could fit inside the internal weapons bay of the F-35A and the F-35C, because those massive...
I was going to say, I don't know if the normal A, B, and C variant would fit in a 35, because the harm is 13 feet long and weighs 783 pounds. Like it's bigger than the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's pretty big. The impressive thing that I think is, I'm pretty sure with the G that's currently well into development, I'm pretty sure they've been able to double the range while decreasing the size of it.
I'm just going through the data here and see if there was any ground launch applications of it.
Yeah, I want to say I saw a picture of some Israeli system with some tubes with some pods on the back launching one. That being said, if it was an Israeli system, there's almost zero chance the Ukrainians will get it, because unfortunately, for better or for worse, the Israelis have not, as far as we're aware, agreed to any arms export. Just some other behind the scenes assistance that is very much beyond the not within the public purview, such as, suddenly the Ukrainian government gaining the identities of 400 Russian spies and moles. But yeah, so if it's an Israeli system specifically, I don't think we're likely to see it. But if there's some other country develops such a system, then maybe that could be in the cards.
Yeah, it's saying here the G model was specifically designed for the F-35 and F-22, and it's only 11 feet long.
One thing that's really interesting is that a lot of these weapon systems that have had to be purpose designed or redesigned for the F-35 and the F-22, they've done a lot of the live fire testing on F-16s and F-15s. Case in point would be the Joint Strike Missile. So I would argue that in the event we decide we choose to supply Ukraine with either of those two platforms, now would be a fantastic time to get some live fire testing in on some of these new systems, be it the 88G, the Joint Strike Missile, or any of these other systems that are currently in development. I'm sure the Ukrainians would appreciate that too.
All right. I think our order is Nightlight then Daryl. Nightlight, welcome up. How are you this evening?
Hey, I'm good, Finance. Yeah, so we're talking about the harms on the Ukrainian planes, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're probably using a MiG-29 for a lot of the reasons that we talked about, not least of which is probably their most survivable platform and plentiful platform there. So there have been some ground-based applications. I think Northrop Grumman was looking at a box launcher for harms. So, they basically put a booster on it. So yeah, I mean, if you take a air launch version and you just put it in a box and just yeet it out there, yeah, it probably will, reduce the range by about 50 to 80%. But, you could also put a large booster out there to extend the range too, if that's what they're doing. So launching weapons out of basically shipping containers, basically putting a VLS in a shipping container and just have it.
Mic check, did we lose Nightlight?
We appear to have lost Nightlight.
Nightlight, I'm going to bump you down and bring you back up. Nightlight, we just dropped down. We lost your audio. Just sent you a fresh invite. In the meantime, Daryl, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think he was getting ready to speak. He was speaking to something I was wondering about, because one of the capabilities of that missile is the speed that it goes in. And when um, oh shoot, when he was talking about the kinetic energy to when they're fired, that would seem like that would greatly reduce the speed at which they go into the target, which would really enable the Russian rockets, if they are, if those operators are on point, to be able to hit them. But it was the fact that it was traveling at such a high speed that the S-400 and 300s couldn't hit them, if I'm not mistaken.
John Moose,
Can you repeat the question, Daryl? I kind of clocked.
He was going on about if it was ground launch, it would greatly reduce the speed, giving it a better chance to be intercepted by ground to air. And given the Russian ground to air thus far, I doubt they can hit a flock of seagulls with a shotgun. It hasn't. It's been pretty underwhelming as of late. I was just reading up on these Polish MiG-29s. They got Link 16.
Oh God, I love the Poles so much.
All right, Battle Moose, put that in English.
Link 16 terrifies me so much, I don't even want to talk about it.
Link 16 is totally unknowledgeable info on this. That's the primary, essentially, data link system that the United States and NATO uses to network and integrate all of our various air assets and other such assets together.
Thank you.
It's Skynet.
Oh, one thing I was going to point out, Daryl, to your point regarding Russian air defenses being able to intercept them, this is relevant for both, the ground-launched and the air-launched cases. Keep in mind is that if they attempt to try and intercept them, all you have to do is just fire more than one with a little bit of a delay, and when the air defenses turn on their radars to try and intercept the first one, those radars are going to get clocked by the second one, or third one, or fourth one, etc.
They lights back.
Yeah. So what I was talking about with the anti-radiation missiles is there was an interesting raid during the Vietnam War where they took some Shrike missiles, the predecessor to the HARMs, and they loaded them into the anti-submarine rocket box on a Knox-class frigate and drove them into Haiphong Harbor and shot up some S-70s, basically SA-2 guidelines. They're on a port raid. At one point, which I thought was interesting. The Israelis have done similar. They strapped a Shrike onto a rail system, which was strapped onto a Sherman tank. And then there's been, basically armored box launchers, which, you can put on trucks or on ships or anything like that with the standard anti-radiation missile, which is basically a surface-to-air missile that they put an anti-radiation seeker on in the 70s and 80s, which, is a lot like the HARM, but, about 2 or 3 times the size. So it wasn't a very efficient system. But yeah, talking about the HARM with the, turning the radars on and off, it doesn't matter. Because once it picks you up, it'll triangulate exactly where you are. And you can turn your radar off. And unless you physically move in the moments that you have, it will kill you. It will remember exactly where you are. And that's a huge advantage it has over like the KH-31s, which the Russians have, and the Ukrainians, because once you turn it off, it doesn't really remember where you are very well. It doesn't triangulate it very well. It hit kind of like the zip code. So, yeah, it's a really nasty capability. And, so long as it picks that radar up once, it'll probably hit it. So yeah, it's going to push their ability to extend their air defense past the front line, because what will happen then is if they have to push it back like 70, 80 kilometers behind the front line to avoid these harms, then the curvature of the earth will protect like the Broadcliffs coming in at low level in the helicopters, because the radars just won't be able to see them now. So that's even better. And also Link 16, that allows cooperative engagement. So passing data back and forth. So yeah, it's basically Skynet. It's pretty scary. And if they have that, that's amazing. What I'm wondering, what comes next, is if they found a way to Mad Max the launch pylons for harm onto on a MiG-29. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a two-seater, and they may have found a way to strap a pod on there too. And because they have a two-seat training version, and it doesn't necessarily have to remain a training version, who knows? Or if they are the Polish points, I don't know. But that offers other capabilities. But I mean, you might be talking JDAMs, or who knows what they could put on there next.
Yeah, I'd be very interested if they could throw an HTS, a harm targeting system, onto one of those MiG-29s. Certainly be more involved than just getting the harm itself functional, but an interesting possibility to consider. The other thing to keep in mind is that it's also useful not only against radar, but against Russian electronic warfare systems. Harm has a lock-on jam ability, so if you are attempting to, put up some electronic jamming, Harm can target and home in on the source of said jamming. So this should also open up a number of interesting possibilities for the Ukrainians. I'm very curious if they will use these to target Russian counter-UAV systems, try and enable, some more, create a more permissible air or UAV picture for themselves. I see there are a number of hands up, so let's go to, I believe, Granticus was first, followed by Timu, and it looks like we lost Nightlight.
Yeah, hi. Speaker check. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, my friend.
Yeah, so I was interesting. I think, did someone say it's the 88D as opposed to the 88E?
Yeah, it's the D, correct.
Because I was thinking that the E, I know, was with track residual radiation as well as in a moving target. So, alas, I don't know much about the D variant. So, but what I do know from my old man used to be in the Air Force. I'm a Forces brat, and he's one of the he's an engineer as opposed to a pilot. So. Very engaged in all things missiles, comms, and all that jazz. Nuclear physicist. But I know for a fact that in the Falklands, for instance, we had a weakness in our I think it was in one of our air-to-air, air-to-ground. I can't remember which one it was now. But they jerry-rigged a US missile in theatre to do that. And there's another example of it being done in an early year, I can't recall when they did it. I think they had a little bit more time on that one. But the point is that the Ukrainians have proven themselves to be amazingly sufficient, resilient, and capable. And what we are seeing is considerable support from the Western nations. This support and these relationships are being built for many, many years now. And the trust is just growing and growing, and as indeed is the case of the Americans wanting, and I guess the military establishment or industry looking to test out some of their toys in real world against the arch foe. So I would have no doubt in my mind, if it wasn't pre-configured onto the Turkish MiGs, which sounds a bit obvious to me. But regardless of that, just as we did in the Falklands War, because it was an unexpected invasion, right? So everything was done very, very quickly. And the sort of same time spans that we're talking about here. I mean, it's a 4 to 6 month gig, I think, before we're in theatre, right? And they jerry-rigged exactly the same thing. Having to get the control, having to get the loom, the power integration to firing systems, all sorts, and they did it within that time. It's very possible, and there is and it has been done.
You Brits should give the Ukrainians that last Vulcan bomber you got.
Yeah, oh man, that thing's fucking amazing. I tell you, I've seen the Vulcan a few times and been on it, not flying in it, but walked around inside it. Amazing bit of kit, fucking huge. Excuse my language. But one of the most amazing experiences I ever had in my life was up in Scotland, actually where I am at the moment, on Loch Ness, and I could see something coming down the loch, and it was literally about 50, 100 foot over the water, and this thing coming straight at me, and it's a long sort of ribbon of a loch, very, very deep, right? And but this thing just coming down there, coming across me, and my God, every bloody fibre of my body was resonating. You know, for about 10 minutes after. Never had anything like it before. But it was an amazing plane. Truly stunning. And actually, I seem to recall that back in the day when we were doing war exercises with the US, we beat you guys, I think, 2 out of 3 times using the Vulcan bomber in testing Cold War stuff.
Indeed, because the Brits played the Russians, and the Vulcan bombers infiltrated almost all the way to the northern border of Texas before they're able to scramble aircraft. Because like most British, they fly in the ditch.
Yeah, I mean it was quite funny because I think a lot of times when you do exercises up in Scotland with us and stuff as well, that we do the exercises and you guys have to try and penetrate. But the US Air Force banned the pilots from flying low, and it wasn't really a fair competition, to be brutally honest with you. Because our pilots are sort of flying with bits of hedges hanging off the wings at the end, right? Whereas your planes were flying too high, and that was always the big secret. I mean, the UK just flies extremely low. But I know for a fact that the US Air Force does low-level flying in Scotland and around Wales, get their skills in going down sort of narrow canyons and that type of more of a European landscape. So I think you guys are pretty skilled at it. Learn the lessons that you got to sometimes fly in the ditch as well. But I tell you something that I've been a bit demoralized after the last few days, right, with the war, and I sort of tuned out for a bit. And I mean, principally because I just couldn't see the necessary resources for Ukraine coming in theatre in the volumes and in the timescales with the necessary technologies that they require. And then literally over, basically the course of today, you get serious announcements, serious, proof of fact in theatre that there's suddenly a lot of infantry fighting vehicles coming in from Czechoslovakia. There's some bloody hell, I can't believe it, coming from Turkey. Slovenia, Poland again. And then you got the harms, and now people are talking about the ATACMS. I can't get my head whether that's actually been approved or not, or being taught that it's going to be approved. I mean, do you guys have any news on that last one? But to me, it just sounds like there's been a push by the West to support Ukraine in a level that I think has been lacking for a few months.
There is good news. The first serial of Ukrainian troops doing their basic in the UK have completed their training. They're on to the second serial now. And it looks like that there are many other countries getting in on it. So Canada is has already sent over 250 trainers of various ranks. Finland and Sweden are getting in on it. Looks like Germany is going to be sending a cadre over as well.
Yeah, because I thought Finland also. I thought I heard Finland, Sweden, Canada, and Germany. I think there's some going over Germany training at the moment. Let's say just on what do you call it, weapon systems, i.e., like the I can't remember, the Gerard and stuff like that. But yeah, I think I suspect maybe it's all been dovetailing into the additional manpower resources coming in. But it looks like to me they're going to be in a situation they will be effectively able to do combined arms operations, given that if they can degrade the Russian air defense, then that opens up combined arms. I mean, without it, the Ukraine is going to suffer as badly as the Russians have been, and with additional electronic warfare thrown into the mix, and obviously the drones that are being provided by the Russians, it certainly opens up a huge number of avenues that Ukraine can go down. And I think they've got the cojones, they've got the smarts to fight this war, and I think they can fight it in a professional Western manner. And I think everyone always talks about that they're too aligned with the old Russian. They're sort of halfway between Russian and Western, and things like things like F-16s and how they fly them, they wouldn't understand it. But these guys have been training over in America on a range of airplanes, including F-16s. These guys, half of these guys don't know how to fly them. So the F-16s would not be any issue for these guys. Weapon systems and stuff like that, yeah. But actually, they're flicking it around a bit. I don't think they'd struggle whatsoever. It'd be a very, very quick training course to cross-train them onto the F-16, particularly as we're not going to be giving them all the armaments that you normally have, and all the integrations and AWAC, etc. I think someone mentioned it a second ago. I can't remember what it was. It sounds like they're going partway there. If they've got, I can't remember what that integration thing's called. Something Link 16 or something, is it?
Yeah, Link 16. There's no confirmation whether they got that. That's I know that the Polish MiG-29s, the latest upgrade, had it. However, it would be questionable that they probably took that out. And to send it over. But they still got a whole suite of nifty upgrades. All we have to do now is make sure that we get the Ukrainians some Abrams and some Leos.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
And some better infantry fighting vehicles.
You Brits, do you guys got any of those Buccaneers left?
Oh, they're long in the tooth. I think they've gone now. I think the only ones that are left are the ones that fly around in shows. I think they sold them off, but I can't remember. Maybe Cyprus took some or something. I can't remember where they went. But my mate of mine's old man used to fly those. Used to do the flights over to Cyprus when the British were still there.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Not words kind of thing. Anyway, they used to stash it with booze. It used to be known as a booze run. But yeah, no, I don't think they got any of those, any of the Buccaneers left at all. I mean, they're very long in the tooth, very old technology. But they were good. I wouldn't be surprised though, talking about going back to Link 16, because obviously I was looking at the Turkish stuff they've been shipping over, and they've got command vehicles in those as well. And of course, then they should be noted standard with 16s in as well. So I mean, they're starting to get kit in there that, in its basic form, would have that capability. Obviously, the mechanized units, though, the tanks and stuff, is just going to be tied down to.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal
Anyway,
data.
I'm suddenly optimistic about it. I tend to bounce up and down a little bit. But,
All right. Well, we have a number of hands up, so thank you.
I will mute.
Thank you, Grant. Timu, you've been waiting patiently for a while.
Hi, so the Israeli ground-launched anti-radiation missile or anti-radiation loitering munition, it's called Delilah. And then I think there are also the anti-ship missiles, the ground-launched and naval-launched versions, they have rocket boosters to give to compensate for the rain, to give more range, so that they can hit as far or far further than the air-launched anti-ship missile. So I don't know how quick, if somehow could get it, they could have gotten the Israeli data for the Delilah. Could you apply that to the HARM missile to make ground-launched version of it based on the knowledge you will have from ground-launched Harpoon missile? And I don't know, maybe that could be possible, but I don't know in what time frame.
I could not follow a word you were saying. John, could you follow the question, sir?
I think he was talking about Israeli missiles of varying different types. He mentioned Delilah being a Israeli anti-radiation missile, and then he had also referenced some kind of Israeli anti-shipping missile. And Timu, correct me, but did you mention something regarding to mounting solid rocket motors on it?
Mic check.
Yeah, so for example, ground-launched version of the Harpoon missile has the solid rocket booster to give it the extra range, and the airplane-launched version of the Harpoon doesn't have the rocket booster. So I guess maybe you could add a rocket booster to HARM missile. And I don't know, or maybe it was the airplane-launched one.
I mean, yeah, if you're using a ground launch system or any kind of, non-air launch system, you're going to need some kind of solid rocket booster to, get sufficient speed at launch. In terms of extending range for an air launch platform, there's all kinds of, mass constraints that go into that. It might be feasible, might not. I don't know the details of that. I believe the HARM in and of itself is it's a solid its propulsion system is an integral solid rocket motor. So it in itself is a rocket. It's not a cruise missile. The latest version, the 88G, it is a cruise missile in the sense that it has a ramjet powered by jet fuel. An air-breathing jet engine. So yeah, you'd essentially be adding another stage onto the HARM, which might be possible, but it would require a decent amount of engineering work. So I'm not sure if the juice is worth the squeeze there. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's not for me to say.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you for the question, Timo. In that case, let's go to Nightlight. Nightlight, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. For some reason I keep dropping off in the middle of talking, but just Twitter sometimes. Battle Moose on the Leo 2s, has there been anything about Canada being willing to donate any of those? And also just thinking about what else the Ukrainians could use. There is something called, basically it's a standoff land attack missile. So it's a land attack version of a Harpoon missile. And you can basically just preload it with an image of what you want it to hit and just shoot it out there. So, I mean, if they apparently have pylons that can use one thing, maybe they can kind of bootleg away into using one of those, because again, that might allow certain high value targets to be hit. But yeah, anything on the Leos or anything else Canada is doing?
Well, one of our former generals, there, Rick Hillier, had traveled to Ukraine and basically did like a quick audit of what they needed and what Canada could provide immediately. And he came back and he said, listen, we need to send them nearly our entire fleet, like 30 Leo 2s out of our inventory of 80. They wanted to send 300 odd armored personnel carriers, or infantry fighting vehicles rather, and our entire fleet of M777s. So, and further that, he also wanted for us to set up a training mission in Poland, very, very much to what the British are doing in their homeland. Now that the Brits are basically taking lead on that, there's really no sense double dipping, right? Because it's it's best to consolidate and have supporting fires in one operation rather than that. Now, to give this equipment would basically gut the Canadian forces, something that we wouldn't be able to recover for decades. I would support it if the Canadian government did a crash procurement, and the British are coming out with that snazzy Challenger 3. I really would not like to see Canada abandon the armored role. Because we've had armored as long as their tanks, and the same with the artillery. That would leave us with zero heavy artillery in Canada able to deploy anywhere.
Mr. Moose, nice to hear about Canada tapping into the maple syrup reserves, if you will. Well, I appreciate there does not seem to be any imminent threat of attack of Canada unless, well, Russia comes over the Arctic, I guess. What's if Canada gives, which they seem to be the best at this, all of their IFVs to Ukraine, basically, and a bunch of, and then a whole bunch of artillery to Ukraine. What's the re-equipment plan, since I'm assuming some of that's not going to come home?
We would assume that once it's given, it's theirs. Like the 4 M777s and the 9 barrels that we already give, we don't expect them back. That's already been outlined by our defense minister. The plan Hillier put forth to cabinet. It hasn't been accepted, but it's definitely gaining strength because, well, Canada has a really large Ukrainian population here, so they definitely want to be taking care of the mother country and whatnot. But we don't know. There was no stipulations made in that plan for re-equipping the Canadian forces. One would just, you got to remember our procurement system here is a shit sandwich. And sir,
is that a technical term? Can I get an explanation?
Yes, it is. It's in the dictionary. Look it up. It's in between shit and syphilis. So it's an absolute gong show here. We just, and I mean just, like in the last 2 months, after nearly a decade, and like those poor, like the Australians got rid of their A and B models, F-18s. Canada's still flying them, and we plan on flying those damn things to the 2030s. We finally announced we're going with the F-35. And there was talk about it was down to the Gripen and the F-35, and there was actually talk about doing a dual fleet of Gripens and F-35s. Which it'd be more expensive, but you would have the small nimble fighter for doing your dogfights, and then you have the sneaky stabby fighter bomber that you can get in behind enemy lines and do your spooky boo stuff. That aside, the procurement of that was a gong show, and we're trying to replace our ships. That's a billions, like tens of $1 billion project. We need to replace the submarines. Like the tender had just gone out in the last couple months to replace our submarines, and now we're looking at the AIP boats. Right, so there's a lot on the table for Canada in procurement. The war in Ukraine's definitely spurred things along quite a bit. Because Canada should be pulling its weight. We should be doing our 2%. Within the NATO standard, right?
So gong show and poop sandwich are the words of the day for Canadian procurement, is what I learned. And here I was hoping to discover the joys of NORAD and the secret maple syrup reserves that you keep under there. With that commentary,
tomorrow you need to tell Yehuda. Hey, I was talking to Balmoose there last night, and he said the Canadian military procurement is a shit sandwich.
I believe the term is. It seemed you said it was a shit sandwich serenaded by a gong show. If I understood that correctly.
Yes, sir. It definitely is.
While you've explained Canadian procurement to us, I actually know a finance guy if you ever need some help, but it sounds like the issues there are well beyond my skill set. Nightlight, you've been waiting patiently, sir.
Yeah, thank you. In regards to the
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
I don't think you'll have as much of a hard time replacing some of the ground forces because, I think the United States will just give you more M777s, as a replacement or sell them on the cheap. I mean, certainly we're going to be making a lot more. And then there's, thousands of M1 tanks. We could probably cut a few your way, if nothing else. But anyways, the training that the British and now others are doing for Ukrainians, and any idea on the numbers involved, and also like who are they training? Are they training like 18-year-old recruits? Are they training foreign Legion people? Or are they training like territorial defense like 30, 40-year-old guys? Or does anyone know if they're like training them specifically on like Western systems so they can come over there and operate some Western stuff together?
Yeah,
alert update.
So CBC actually, and that's
all
Canadian
clear.
Broadcast System.
This
up
message
here in
has
Canada,
been generated
actually
with
did a piece
municipal
on
data.
it this afternoon. And we've known for a while that when the British were doing it alone, it's basic training. So it's GMT, General Military Training. It's their boot camp, and the Brits are kitting them out as well. So you're going in there, you're learning your skill, leadership, and small party taskings, battlecraft, fieldcraft, the whole enchilada. And I almost want to rejoin so I can go over there and be part of it. But it's a done deal. Like Canada is there. We went back over. It is an extension of Op Unifier. So we're there. It looks like our NATO partners are coming online. So we're going to share the training burden. I don't know the numbers. I know the number 10,000 was thrown around, and I don't know if that's per serial or if that's in total. 10,000 seems to be a pretty pretty audacious number, but it's not beyond the realms of impossibility if you get enough trainers.
Moose, it's 10,000 every 4 months.
That's sickness. Well, the Brits definitely have the facilities to accomplish that.
They absolutely do. Now, how do we double that number?
I believe you would have to probably talk to Island Defense and slide them a $5 under the table and say, hey, can we double this? I'm sure we're going to see it ramp up with more of the NATO partners coming online.
I wonder how many of them are going to be doing like advanced training. You know, if they're just, I mean, is it going to go past GMT?
All I've heard was just basic training, and to relieve the Ukrainian chain of command of that burden of the initial training. Speaks volumes, because now they can go back to Ukraine and deploy into their units, right? Like go straight into their units, and well, depending on what they do, go straight into trades training.
All right, we have a couple hands up. JJ, followed by Dr. Paul the Pill Pusher.
Thanks, Finance. I heard about the really large military package earlier today from the U.S., and I'm wondering if John and Moose and maybe anybody else on the panel who would like to give their opinion about what the top 2 or 3 things in that package would be and what benefit they are for Ukraine and why.
It was a surprisingly skinny list of things formally in the package. It seems there might be some things accounted for that weren't listed as line items, if I understand correctly. John, would you want to explain this a bit better?
Oh, sure. Let me run through the publicly disclosed line items. So, just consulting Secretary Austin's Twitter feed, where he has a press release up on this. So, the line items are additional ammunition for HIMARS, 75,000 rounds of 155 millimeter artillery shells and ammunition. So that's shells and propellant, in other words. 20 120 millimeter mortar systems with an associated 20,000 rounds of 120 millimeter mortar shells. Munitions for NASAMS, National Advanced Surface to Air Missile Systems. So those are going to probably be surface-launched AMRAAMs or AMRAAM ERs, extended range. That's probably what those are going to be. 1,000 additional javelins, several hundred AT-4 portable anti-armor systems, 50 armored medical treatment vehicles. Those specifically are 50 M113 medical vehicles, or medical vehicles based upon the M113 chassis. An undisclosed number of Claymore anti-personnel munitions, an undisclosed amount of C4 demolition munitions and demolition equipment, as well as an undisclosed amount of medical supplies, including first aid kits, bandages, monitors, and other equipment. So the total value of this is around about $1 billion. Now, in terms of items that were not publicly disclosed as line items, the big one here is AGM-88D HARM anti-radiation missiles, which is a pretty big deal. Anti-radiation missiles are some of the most sophisticated munitions that we have in our inventory. JJ, I know you were joining through part of that. Did you catch all of it, or do you need me to repeat anything?
I caught it all. Thanks, John. What do you think is the most important in your eyes?
The harms. With this, they can begin to pick apart Russian air defenses with massively increased efficiency. There was hope that ATACMS would be included in this package. My understanding is, according to some reports that are released from a number of reporters that usually cover the Pentagon, they were able to get some clarification, specifically that hundreds of additional rounds for HIMARS are being sent. We don't have that many ATACMS, all things considered. It's around about 3,000 or so. Dr. Paul has the exact numbers, and he sent them to me. But if we're sending hundreds, that probably means GMLRS, not ATACMS, unfortunately. So unless the ATACMS have been sent in a unpublicly disclosed manner, which we can be hopeful for, those don't appear to be included in this package. Please forgive my pet in the background. But yes, I suspect that HARMS is the most valuable item on here, as well as I'm sure the 75,000 rounds of 155 Mike are also appreciated, and some nice 120 millimeter mortars as well, especially if those are on a mobile platform.
No worries. The cat is fact checking you as you go.
Before we go to Dr. Paul, I have a nice listener pointed out that we should not forget to tell the German government to do more and to provide more help. They're providing a small amount of help, but clearly they can provide more. They are, if you will, Schultzing the help. So, you know what? This listener reads my mind. I have somehow gone a record amount of time for me not blasting Olaf Scholz. I need to rectify that right now. Olaf Scholz is Vladimir Putin's chief #1 bootlicker. He spends every evening picking up Vladimir's boots from the doorway and licking them nicely to put a nice sheen on them. So when Vlad wakes up in the morning, he's got a nice shiny pair of boots, 100% ready to go for his long day at the genocidal office. He's making sure that he promised German equipment finds a way not to reach there by any means necessary. And quite frankly, if he were to take a long walk off a short pier, the world would be a better place. With that, I would like to move on to Dr. Paul.
Hey, Battle Moose. So, yeah, congrats to Canada. There was a great article that came out. Canada has some, how should I say, guts for coming out and acknowledging certain things. So, bravo to Canada. They are doing some good things out there. Not as high profile as what America is doing as far as the news cycle goes, but Battle Boost, there's at least a few countries where there's been disclosures of number of trainers. My rough tally is like 600 confirmed, and based on what Chuck has said in the past, I'm going to go ahead and say the estimate total number of like trainers out there is like somewhere between 800 and 1,000 of training Ukrainians. Now, as John said, it's 10,000 just what the Brits have said. The Brits alone, 10,000 every 4 months. Okay, and how much do you think, I think it was 200 the Brits have said are like dedicated to trainers. Assuming there's 800 to 1,000 of them, I mean, presumably that's 30 to 40,000 every 4 months. Would you agree with that?
Well, I've received a cavalcade of DMs saying it's 10,000 every 4 months. With the trainers, 800 to 1,000, 10 to 1 trainer, that's pretty normal. That's actually a pretty high ratio. Usually, when you're in a training syndicate, you'd have a full platoon reporting to like 3 trainers. Usually, I'm going to say some Canadian ranks here, like a master corporal, a sergeant, and a warrant officer, right? And you don't really see any of the commissioned officers. They're all working paperwork in the background. And according to the CBC piece, they're interviewing the task force commander that's going over there, and he was saying that it is mostly enlisted people going. You know, it's of all ranks, all trades, and they're going over there. We're sending a very large, and I'm assuming they're going to be doing some trade craft as well, because they're sending a large armored force. They're sending a large force of. You okay there, buddy?
Yeah, sorry, got a cough. Meant to mute.
Moose, I just sent you something offline related to this, by the way.
Yeah, they're sending like a large contingent of medics and a large contingent of sappers as well. So maybe they're doing some trade trainings, because 4 months is a pretty long time, especially for a compressed basic. You know, usually you can do basic in probably a month. If you take all the drill out of it, so they don't need to march or anything like that. Yeah, you can compress it down. So I imagine it's going to be some soldier qualification of some sort at the end of the basically the BMQ.
That's great. So, I mean, assuming what I said was, you said 10-to-1 ratio. If there's 1,000 trainers, that's 10,000 every 4 months. So that's 40,000 a year.
С одной стороны, образ врага в лице Кремля и Путина в Польше культивируется их СМИ. 70% из которых так или иначе контролируются из Германии.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm no longer in those silos, and the Canadian Minister of Defense doesn't return my phone calls anymore. Unfortunately, so not to mention that the Brits don't even have coffee or tea time with me anymore. So yeah, it was mentioned before. I believe it was Nightlight. How do we double that? And I think we're going to see a fluctuation in numbers, hopefully upward, and we'll get a very large professional force in Ukraine, where they can employ them as needed.
Okay, so I have some good news to offer to contrast this with Battle Moose. So the Russians, their premier training center, which was built by finance's favorite company, Rheinmetall, they can only train 30,000 soldiers per year. So this kind of goes to what I said like maybe a month or two ago. Over time, the replenishment force gets weaker and weaker with Russia. Only be able to put through 30,000 per year in an actual real training approach, whereas the vast majority are getting 3 to 7 days we've heard, 1 month we've heard, etc. But just to say, the premier training center for Russia can only put through 30,000 per year.
Yeah, and we're seeing the quality of that training in action in Ukraine right now. I dare say that the UK and its training partners will put out a much better product.
Guaranteed. And just a quick follow-up to what John was saying. So I just did some calculations with the NASAMS. They're really, I'm looking at the NASAMS brochure, which I believe I shared with Axel in the past. If you assume that they've done 72 simultaneous multiple engagements, it says, so 72 missiles, presumably, and the cost of X. And really, assuming a replenishment of 4 times that, so roughly 300 total missiles, it only adds up to $100 or $200 million. Not a whole lot, honestly. There's a lot of extra cap room for lots of Gimlers, lots of ATACMS, Gimlers ER, extended range Gimlers. So I personally think I think the I can't remember the acronym, John, but the radar seeking missiles, the AGM-88s, I can remember that.
HARM.
I can't remember the acronym. What was it?
HARM. HARM.
Cannot remember it. Okay, got it. Yeah, HARMS. I think that's great, and I like what we're hearing where the Ukrainians are like systematically going through eroding and attriting, crushing the Russian air defenses, which opens up the room for the Ukrainians, obviously, not just for the air power, right, the actual planes, but also, you know, I don't know if they've even ever killed a HIMARS missile or GMLRS, but nonetheless, it reduces that risk. So big deal. But I think there's a lot of GMLRS missiles in this package, a lot. So I think HIMARS and Clock's going to be good to go for at least a month, maybe up to 3 months.
Moose, question for you, following up on the whole training question, or discussion, I should say. I'm curious, what do you think the rationale was for setting up training centers in the UK itself, as opposed to, say, Poland or any other country that's more proximal to the actual theater of operations? And do you think it would be a possibility to open up training centers closer, you know, to the theater to try and expedite things?
They probably could. You know, there's a lot of abandoned NATO training centers, especially throughout Germany, that may or may not be there anymore. I don't know. But the UK has, you know, traditionally been, you know, a fortress democracy. You know, during World War II, before you deployed to Europe, you went for training in England. And you know, a lot, like strangely, a lot of those bases still exist. So, long story short, they have the infrastructure to do it. You know, does Poland? I believe they're building the infrastructure, but it's not there yet. And when I say infrastructure, you know, for basic training, all you need is a couple tents and troops to gather around, you know, a sergeant in the field, and your weapons and your kit. That's all you need.
I thought the Canadians just sort of waited till winter and marched into the snow for like a few weeks, and then tried to find stuff to shoot at.
Well, we got to train you first, like in the Canadian model, very much like the American model. Once we're done screaming at you for a while, and you know, giving you the disappointed grandpa look, we train them in drill. You know, so how to march, how to salute, you know, how to turn and stuff like that. How to do all that in formation, and you're doing that with concurrently with your weapons handling classes. So if they were to take most of that drill out, because you're not going to need to know a whole lot of drill when you're going out to the battlefield. Like the days of putting red coats on and then marching towards your enemy, and you know, they will stand stoically there while you take pot shots at them. That's kind of long gone. But more of the field craft and battle craft of you know, moving a section you know, through terrain, and you know, moving a section under fire and stuff like that. You know, a section in defense, a section in offense, patrolling, all those kinds of skills. You know, you don't need big infrastructure for that. You just need some wooded areas, preferably wooded areas that's akin to what Ukraine has. And trust me, the UK has some sucky places where they can train. Just ask the SAS and their fan dance. That's a mountainside where people go to die.
Thank you very much,
Well,
Moose.
this just in. Everyone, please look up at the nest. Apparently, there's a little HIMARS o'clock action going on in the city of Liverpool, and the Russian ammo depot is currently turning into a nice little 4th of July fireworks display. 44 seconds of a Russian ammo depot barbecue right up there in the nest. It is HIMARS o'clock. So for everyone's viewing pleasure, just a little bit of HIMARS, not so family, possibly not safe for work, definitely not safe for botniks. But if you want to go enjoy HIMARS cooking off a bunch of ammo in Melitopol, just go right up into the nest. Alta Vista, wow, I haven't used that browser since the 90s, has posted this excellent video 10 minutes ago of ammo going boom. Thank you very much for that. JJ is bouncing up and down like Tigger today. So for the Tigger Award this evening, JJ coming back up. JJ, did you come up to enjoy the sights of 44 seconds of glorious ammo cook-off?
Absolutely.
Now, when all this stuff goes boom, does it take out any Russian soldiers with it, or do these guys have some ability to get to safety? Like, is this like how much gets destroyed along with all the obvious supplies that are going up in smoke?
Well, depends on if there's any Russian soldiers in the building or in the immediate vicinity. Obviously, if there's nobody in the building or around it, then, or within the blast radius of all that ammo going off, then probably going to be okay, unless it starts a massive fire that spreads uncontrollably. But if you're in the building or around it, then probably not a very good day for you.
How big a blast radius does hitting an ammo depot have?
Depends on how much ammo is in there, and whether it goes off all at once, gradually, etc. It can be quite big, and often very, very large, or it can be just absolutely catastrophic. It's bad no matter what.
Not them shade here. I remember our sometimes friend Trent Talenko loves his long old school logistics threads, was saying that often these things are taking out trucks, which I always like to hear about going boom. Is there any way to verify that, or how the Russian truck supply is going?
My understanding is that the Russians have stored trucks in buildings to some extent. I believe there were several instances of them parking fuel trucks in their ammo depots in Novikovka, I think, somewhere in Kherson. Maybe not Novikovka specifically, but they hit Ukrainians hit some target there that they said was like 300 that contain a building that contained 300 Smerch rockets, I think, and 50 Russian fuel trucks. So they may have been storing them together.
I'm getting video that listeners are sending me from Telegram, and I'm waiting for it to appear on Twitter. That, oh boy, I'm going to struggle to pronounce this one. Volnovaka is also occurring in HIMARS o'clock, and I'll be getting a tweet that their friendly listener will be sending me shortly. So we'll be treated to we'll be treated to a daily double dose of HIMARS o'clock Russian ammo depots doing what they do best, letting us enjoy the fireworks displays and not actually killing anybody Ukrainian. So always a nice day. Apparently, I can get it from our same amazing Alta Vista account. Man, it's been a long time since I searched Alta Vista, but apparently I've been missing out. Up here we go. In the nest. Second. Double HIMARS o'clock, baby. Everything you could ever want Russian depot to do. Go boom. Go boom in a way that doesn't kill any Ukrainians, might kill some Russian soldiers and damage other Russian equipment at the same time, as they took lots of logistical pain to bring it all the way to the front just so it could do that. Brings a smile to my face. There's happy news this evening. With that, Ryan.
One more and get a hat trick, right? And then they really have the reason to play that siren at the end.
Yeah, I mean, for all the Canadians up here, I really think a hat trick is, deserved this evening. What do you think? What do you think our odds are of a hat trick? Moose, Gurney?
let's go ahead and deliver an ATACMS just to ice the Cape.
If the Kerch Bridge becomes Patrick, that would be just the perfect evening.
I mean, I really think that might go ahead and break the morale, and then everybody could just start shooting the officer in charge and walking, solemnly back towards the border. I suspect there might even be some Ukrainians left that would offer them rides. I will never ever forget the video I watched in the first week where the Ukrainian guys pull up to the Russians next to their armored vehicle and offered them a ride back to the border. That was an epic troll on the level of the lady that walked up and berated the Russians and offered them sunflower seeds for their pockets.
Or, depending on how the Ukrainian Air Force is feeling, they might be in the mood to give them the whole Iraqi retreat from Kuwait treatment. Yes, the highway of death treatment, which I would not be opposed to at all.
I'm perfectly happy with either.
What's the highway of death treatment?
So
essentially, there was a convoy several miles long of Iraqi vehicles.
Iraq drove through a desert. Yeah, Iraq drove through a desert, invaded Kuwait, raped, pillaged, killed, blew up oil wells. The U.S. showed up, let them know that they weren't going to pull a Russia on Kuwait. And as all the Iraqis retreated out of Kuwait through the one desert highway back to Iraq, the American Air Force basically turned it into a target range and pulled the same tactic that the Ukrainians did just outside of Kyiv. They knocked out the first and the last vehicle and then basically turned the rest of it into a large line of incendiary devices. I think they probably fired a bunch of DU rounds, which is depleted uranium for the uninitiated. That will cut through a tank like hot knife through butter. But we pretty much just decimated a line of Iraqi orcs who had invaded their neighbor and then lit their oil fields on fire in protest after they were refused the right to subjugate the Kuwaitis. I'm all for that. Anything that helps expedite a Russian exit from Ukraine, live or dead at this point, I'm a full-throated supporter of.
Finance, I'm going to send you a couple things.
Sounds exciting. Let me go check that out. John, run the space while I see what's going on.
Sure. JJ, please go ahead. JJ, can you hear us, my friend? Mic check, anybody?
Oh, you're here, JJ. Can you hear us?
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
JJ, we seem to have lost your mic, so I pushed you down in the hopes that you can come back up and speak again. John, back to you.
Thanks, Finance. Looks like getting JJ back. JJ, can you hear us?
Thankfully, yes. I am having a night. I guess Twitter doesn't like me. I'm it.
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. Full alert.
True.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
I feel for you every time that happens to you. It's rather brutal. I wanted to...
Not nearly as stressful if there are two of us. If it's just me and I'm leaving the panel completely co-host list, it's a little more nerve-wracking. But sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I've watched that happen. I feel so bad for you, but you take it in stride. So my question is about technology. I've heard people talk a lot on this space about the role it's playing in this war. And normally that conversation involves drones. However, I came across an article about a very cool app made by a Swiss charitable organization called Free Ukraine, together with specialists of the State of Emergency Service in Ukraine, and allows for people to report explosive devices. So, John, have you heard about this? And if so, can you give us a few more details?
So yes, I'd seen the announcement on one of the Ukrainian Telegram channels. I believe might have been on the Ukrainian Air Force's Telegram channel. But essentially, yes, it's a mobile app that will provide a couple different features. On the one hand, it allows you to view areas with known concentrations of UXOs as determined by Ukraine's state emergency service. It will notify you when you are, approaching areas with known to have numbers of UXOs. It also contains, a virtual visual guide to various different types of ordnance, everything from hand grenades to Iskanders, in case you happen to stumble across one of those lying in a field. And you can also use it to report potential UXOs that you may discover. You can take a picture of it and, geolocate it, log your own coordinates and transmit that to the relevant Ukrainian government agencies for notification and eventual disposal. I believe a number of UXO organizations or demining organizations, they've been distributing card decks with different types of Russian manufactured ordnance and munitions on them to familiarize both, government workers and employees involved with, helping to clear these areas, as well as Ukrainian civilians. So the fact that, they've created a digital library or catalog of these things will really help them be able to, inform the general Ukrainian public about, what's what and what are the relevant dangers.
Well, hopefully that's going to result in less harm to the population.
Agreed.
Your cat apparently has some significant views on the topic. What's the feline opinion?
Oh, sorry, that was me just booting her out of the room because she was being extremely loud. Don't worry, she'll be back at some point.
Very rude of you.
Вона, блядь, конечно, любить співати пісню, а Путін, сука, здохне вся Росія. Але я говорю, синок, так нельзя, ти не цей.
This is an open space, John. I don't think she was peddling any Russian talking points. So,
I think she's more so pro-food than pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine, for that matter.
Well, from what I'm hearing, the Russians aren't particularly pro-food, especially the Russians in Kherson. They don't get so much of it.
No, those 6 that were trying to carry off the dead cow the other day, they were pro-food, but it didn't work out for them. Instead, they became worm food.
They joined with the cow.
Speaking of which, Battle Moose, when did it come out that Canada declared Russia a state sponsor of terror, or whatever you call them in Canada?
Oh, it was pretty early on.
What can you guys do to spread the word? Because I appreciate the effort, but last I checked, y'all aren't the largest country in the world.
We actually have a larger GDP than Russia.
You certainly do now.
See, that bar is getting lower all the time. You know, Mary J. Blige wrote a song about the Russian economy. It's "I'm Going Down."
Well, I think pretty soon Oklahoma's going to have a larger GDP than the Russians.
I need to see if Texas already does.
Oh, well, then no doubt.
This should be interesting. Hamadi from Pakistan is coming up. Let's see what he has to say.
Texas wants to be California so bad they can't stand it.
Hey, at least we're number 2 in population and GDP. Not only is everything bigger in Texas, it's also proportional.
With that, Hamadi, welcome to the space. What is it you want to discuss about the Russia-Ukraine war? Hamadi or Hamidi? To unmute yourself, you just click on the mic on the bottom left. If you don't have anything to add, you are more than welcome to go back down to listener.
Thought we had a economics expert on our hands. I was hoping they could tell us how this Russian oil is making its way on down to India.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm just listener. Thank you. I'm just listening to you. Thanks.
Yeah, we frequently have people accidentally push that button out of curiosity or accident, but we will not force you to speak. We are happy you are here to listen. And if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to raise your hand and come back to the panel or DM us a question, either one. You asked a question of Battle Boost a minute ago, Finance, about what they could do to get the word out. And I was thinking, as some other people were talking in the space today, about how the EU doesn't have an international code of laws that can be enforced, and how it's more a patchwork of different nations within the EU that would apply sanctions. But I immediately was thinking, without speaking in the space earlier today, that what everyone could do is encourage the U.S. government, who, by all intents and purposes, is the largest global economy, to impose additional sanctions that would match or exceed what the EU and the UK has already done. We would clamp down on some of the insurance providers and the freight and logistics carriers that are based here in the US, or at least operate a portion of their business in the US. It would effectively choke off a large portion of economic activity that happens here in the Western world, but doesn't reach the shores of North America. It would discourage major international freight carriers from doing any business with Russia, much like they have all been discouraged from doing any business with Iran. It's basically a risk mitigation.
How much does that stop them? And isn't Russia significantly larger?
Is Russia's economy larger, or there were
oil? We're talking about tankers here.
Siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Iranian oil is sanctioned, but all kinds of sectors of the Iranian economy are sanctioned as well. They have hard times getting Western medicines. And I mean, Iran doesn't have a whole lot of exports aside from oil, but Russia has a handful. And just effectively gridlocking their ability to import and export any other items, I think, would be hugely beneficial. It would pretty much single source them to countries like China, which do have some capacity to offset the lack of goods. But again, that's going to be a major logistics reshuffling, just like we're seeing Europe suffer through with oil right now.
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
It would cause them a whole bunch of additional headaches that they would have to attend to immediately in order to keep their local population, dumb, fat, and and miserable, not happy, but at least satiated to the point that they were complacent and not willing to overthrow Putin. If we get our favorite Brit living in Majorca or Spain or wherever he is, I think he's the other John, right?
No.
What's the other guy's name? He's
Nick.
Yeah, Nick all the time. I'm a big fan of Nick, but I think he could not have been more wrong in discouraging the imposition of visa fees for people traveling to and from Russia. His opposition to that was primarily based in him not wanting to open that Pandora's box, from what I understand, and a fear that visa fees would be imposed upon other nations, arbitrarily or for reasons that don't involve genocide and war. But I shot my hand up like a lightning earlier today because I wanted to counter that and maybe encourage a little bit of spirited but scholarly debate. And my first point was going to be to remind him that the U.S. already imposes visa fees like that, and other countries impose reciprocal ones here on us in the U.S. I think it costs you about $125 to get into China, and that is only a tit-for-tat response of the United States charging $125 for Chinese citizens to get here into the U.S. The reason I think that is such an excellent idea is because it is one of those below the radar, or kind of a nuts and bolts application of larger government level things like imposing economic sanctions, but it's a sanction on the micro level instead of the macro level, and it would heavily discourage those people from border hopping, like the multiple Finns we had in here talking about today. There are Russians that cross the border into Finland to buy cheap goods that they cannot get at home, but equally there are plenty of Finns who cross the border into Russia so they can fill up their gas tanks on cheap Russian oil, which I'm sure is sold at a deep discount at the moment. If we applied a minimum visa fee, which would slow down the process and discourage people from wanting, to have to sit in line in the first place. If we also added $100 onto their border crossing every time, it would take out the economic benefit of them skirting the spirit of the existing sanctions. So that's my long-winded explanation to, or response to, a person who is not here to defend themselves at the moment.
Why not just ban the visas entirely?
There are some instances where cross-border travel is necessary. I'm fully on board with you, to be honest. In situations like this where there is active genocide going on and wars of aggression that are entirely unprovoked, I think a full isolation tactic and locking down their borders is more than warranted. But I really wanted to pick Nick's brain and see what specifically he thought would be the problem with applying some sanctions that would pretty much take the financial motive from anybody in the first place. If you just remove any financial incentive for them to make these trips, and then you search their cars meticulously when they cross one way or the other, you can effectively shut down the economic activity that you want to prevent without creating some kind of diplomatic dust up, because you've officially and completely closed your borders. To me, it's the same tactic that they were taking when the Estonians were preventing rail traffic from entering into that little spit of Russia. My geography is failing me at the moment. What's that little
Estonians
enclave?
preventing rail traffic into a little bit of Russia.
What's that little enclave, Russian enclave?
Kaliningrad.
Kaliningrad.
Yeah, that was the Estonians preventing transport into Kaliningrad, was it not?
Lithuania.
Sorry, Lithuanians. See, my geography's failing me. It's a little late. But yeah, same effect. They didn't totally stop the rail traffic there. They just slow played them and trumped up the red tape a whole bunch and eventually let it pass through. But, they can make things so troublesome that people just throw up their hands in frustration and turn around and go home. If you have to spend half a day in customs and $100 on top of your tank of gas, it's at some point it's not worth it. You'll just go get gas at the local station. Quit being a cheap bastard trying to, backhandedly fund a Russian genocide.
I would also point out that I'd seen some reports from some Finnish individuals that I follow that those Russians that have been crossing the border into Finland had been purchasing dual-use items such as drones. So that is extremely problematic.
Every one of those should be confiscated immediately and mailed straight to Lviv.
Agreed.
At the expense of the person who was trying to transport it.
That is a good idea. I do not disagree. I have to ask
with the confirmation of delivery being returned to their home in Russia just to get them on a watch list. I mean, if we're going to amp it up, we might as well wet the bed and roll around in it.
%, right there with you, Ryan. Very briefly, just because this just popped up in my feed, looks like Russia in about 30 minutes is going to launch some satellites on the behalf of the Iranian government to a polar orbit. Hopefully that ends up in 1,000 pieces in Kazakhstan. Well, once it overflies Kazakhstan and enters Russia, I don't want it to rain debris down upon the poor Kazakhs. May it blow up somewhere over Russia or the Arctic Ocean. Yeah, because they're launching it, and it's for the Iranians. So there's nobody not to hate there.
I did see some photos of that missile on the launch pad, and I noticed all the Iranian insignias on it, and I was thinking they had really made some advances in their aerospace technology program, but now that you mention it's the Russians doing it with an Iranian flag on the rocket, it makes complete and total sense. I hope it explodes on the launch pad, to be honest. I was kind of wondering what the odds are that it was going to explode on the launch pad when I saw there was a rocket with an Iranian flag on it, but I suspect that if it's being launched from somewhere in Russia, maybe the Mossad did not corrupt that launch before it gets off the pad.
Soyuz has proved itself to be unfortunately reliable. It is quite old, and it's quite a workhorse. The reliability has kind of dropped a little bit over the past 10 years because Russian quality control has gotten worse, noticeably worse in their aerospace industry. But it blowing up on the pad would have the excellent side effect of stopping any future crew flights for quite a while to the International Space Station for the Russians. So that would also be quite nice as well. But in any case, finance, I've been dying to ask you an economics question for like 6 hours now, and I have to get it out.
This better be good.
It's not.
Well, if you've been waiting for 6 hours.
Finance, are you there?
Ask it. We'll make him guess what your question was.
Okay. I've already asked him offline about this. My understanding is that a certain exchange or a marketplace for certain types of equities in St. Petersburg may have reopened. I'm very curious. What are the implications of this? Is this a good sign, a bad sign? What information can we learn from this, or from studying the numbers that come out from this?
So we'll be making an announcement in the not too distant future.
That was very definitely a finance question, and I'm afraid you're going to have to repeat it to him. What kind of equities are we talking about, John?
Oh, let me go dig up the tweet. Oh, and we have the hat trick. Something in here, Son just blew up.
It's daylight in Ukraine now, isn't it?
Yep, it is past sunrise, I believe, is what Kiev is. I have it in my clock. When I go to my world clock, it is. They are 8 hours ahead of my time zone, so that means it's currently 08:26 local time for them.
Are we doing HIMARS o'clock in the daylight, or is this just late?
Oh yeah, the Ukrainians are totally comfortable launching HIMARS at at high noon now. I'm not sure if you saw that video. They literally lined them up in the middle of the field in the middle of the day and fired off the full salvo
in the wheat field. I'm so sick of these pixelated videos that obviously only show completely unidentifiable trees in the background and then have a dizzying watermark on top of the pixelation. I mean, really, they could just give us no video at all and share the audio, and we would have the same level of data to work with.
Here it is. Okay, I found the tweet. Russia's St. Petersburg Stock Exchange resumes trading of foreign equities from 10 a.m. Moscow time on Wednesday. This is last Wednesday. I think it is this. Yes, this is this coming Wednesday. Investors will be able to trade shares of approximately 200 foreign companies, including Apple, Tesla, popular stock choices among Russian retail investors. The exchange said in a statement, previously trading was restricted to the afternoon session. So that it looks like they had previously resumed some trading, but now they're going to restart full trading in various foreign equities. The SPB, Russia's second largest bourse, I'm not sure what that word means, specializes in foreign shares and has pushed back against calls, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. Finance is still not with us, so unless you have any thoughts on that, Ryan.
I'm no financial expert by any means, but what that sounds like to me from a layman's term is they're too terrified to open the real Russian stock market for fear that it will end up somewhere beneath the floor by the day's close. But they are more than willing to open up the ability of Russia's investors or people who have enough money to be investing in foreign markets and foreign securities. And they're trying to facilitate ways for them to liquidate their positions overseas in order to bring back some of their money because their economy is imploding from within. So it sounds like to me an opportunity for them to recover capital that has left their shores and hopefully keep some of their oligarchs and what tiny fraction of a middle class they might have from becoming completely insolvent in the midst of this war. But again, I will put up the full disclaimer that I am completely ignorant about financial transactions and instruments and how those work overseas and what really the deeper meaning could be here.
I will hang around until finance gets back. If I really want to hear his answer to this, then I'm hopping off for the night.
He paid good money to have solid answers on stuff like this, so I think we should tease it out of him before we let him loose for the evening.
Well, we don't pay him good money, so I mean,
I'm not paying him anything. I might donate $20 to Maria Aid, but
с нашей ученицей Катей и передать ее бабушке.
he's not even going to get a bottle of whiskey. Actually, as a matter of fact, I do have a really nice bottle of Chivas that I might end up bartering with him on, but that's another discussion for another time that has nothing to do with Maria Aid or the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
I'm very happy that that Iranian or Russian Iranian launch reminded me that I now have an excuse to announce Russian launches, space launches when they happen, because that's now subject matter relevant, which is quite nice.
That's the type of rocket they end up fueling up right before they launch it, right? They don't transport that to the. I mean, that's like a liquid fuel rocket, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
right?
They fuel. Well, it's not only liquid fuel; it's cryogenic fuel, so they have to fuel that up immediately prior to launch.
So, how much do you think they're detracting from their war effort by filling up an orbital space launch rocket?
None.
Totally different.
Totally different fuel. Cryogenic fuels do not mix well with military applications because it is impractical to keep those rockets fueled for any prolonged period of time. There's a reason the world's first two ICBMs were cryogenically fueled, and then none of the later ICBMs were. The R-7 Semyorka, which is the world's first ICBM developed by the Soviet Union, eventually developed into the Vostok orbital launch vehicle, followed by Vakshad and then Soyuz. That used kerosene and liquid oxygen. The U.S. Atlas, which was our first ICBM, also used liquid oxygen and kerosene. None of the ICBMs that followed, either in U.S. or Soviet service, used cryogenic propellants because of those storage issues. They used storable liquid propellants. Then eventually, in the U.S., we switched fully over to solid fuels. In the Soviets, they continued to use both solid fuels and, storable liquid propellants and solids. Storable meaning that it's liquid at room temperature. So that means the hypergols or the peroxides, which each have their own nasty complications.
I remember one of our Minuteman missile silos in Arkansas had a critical event or an accident.
And that was a Thor that was liquid fueled. It would not have happened if it was solid fueled.
And that's probably why we don't do the liquid fuel any longer, right?
Yes, and also lower throw weight. Liquid fuels get higher specific impulse, which means you can accelerate more, change velocity more for an equivalent mass of fuel. Because we're no longer trying to chuck 10 to 15 megaton warheads at things. We're just trying to chuck, 3, 500 kiloton warheads, on a Minuteman 3. Because the throw weight's lower, we can, use solid fuel. And that's one of the reasons why the Russians continue to use storable liquid propellants, because they try to launch massive warheads because their accuracy is so god awful. We can afford to use smaller ones because of our accuracy.
They try to throw a dozen S-300 at us, and we just have a couple of HIMARS.
No, yeah, more or less. That's a reasonable analogy.
Well, I just hope whatever this thing is they're launching for the Iranians tomorrow pulls a Wile E. Coyote on them. And
well, it's not tomorrow. It's in like 20 minutes.
Oh. So we can watch this live. This might be...
yeah, Roscosmos will probably have a live stream.
Now I'm hoping that something goes wrong even more than it was before.
Yeah, they're all live stream for the most part.
Is this a classified payload, I presume?
It's the Russians. They don't tell us anything anyways.
Well, I didn't know if Glasnost made them, publish stuff for their space program.
Well, to some extent they do for like their commercial part. For their actual legitimate, they don't really have any anymore because of sanctions. But for their few actual legitimate commercial customers, like OneWeb prior to the invasion, yeah, they did publish that.
but very few people, barring the odd commercial customer like OneWeb that refused to fly SpaceX for a number of reasons, or for like, an occasional ESA launch that, was as a result of some partnership on a program where Russia provided the launch vehicle. They mostly only launched either Russian cosmonauts to the ISS or classified Russian military payloads. SpaceX absolutely, I'm going to be honest, completely eliminated their market share in terms of the commercial launch market. Falcon 9, being significantly cheaper, as well as the fact that they had a number of the Russians had a number of high-profile failures over the past 10 years that drove the cost of ensuring launch on their vehicles up quite a bit.
Didn't they send a movie crew up there a while back to try and make some
Hollywood
style film?
They did. It was like something for the 60th anniversary of Gagarin's of Vostok 1.
So was it a documentary, or was it going to be like a dramatic theatrical production?
I think it was supposed to be a short film. It was called The Challenge. I think that's the translation of the Russian word. It was a play on words. My understanding is that the word in Russian has a double meaning. It can mean like a challenge or the challenge, but it also in another sense refers to like a doctor making a house call.
Okay.
And it was about like a physician, like a cosmonaut has like a heart attack or some cardiac condition on the ISS, and they fly a doctor up to treat the cosmonaut, etc. That was the whole plot, is my understanding. I haven't watched it, and I don't plan to. I don't watch movies produced by people that go around waving LNR, DNR flags and committing genocide.
Yeah, fair enough. I was already pretty bored with the plot before we even got to that. I'm interested in science and space naturally because I grew up where I did and when I did, but I guess what stands out to me is that here in the US we make feature-length films that are 2 hours long, and nobody ever goes to space. I'm thinking of Sandra Bullock right at the moment, and it's still completely convincing that they went there because we have all these CGI things and technological advances, and it seems like Russia sucks so bad they can't even fake a short space film.
Agreed. I don't think I'm going to end up watching the Soyuz launch because I'm worried that if I try to watch it since I'm co-hosting, it might crash my audio out and crash me out of the app.
Don't do that. I would be happy to stick around here if somebody... I do not want to bump finance at all. I really don't want to co-host, but I want you to be able to watch a rocket launch because I know that's really your thing, John. I'm going to watch it just because I don't have anything else to watch at 1 o'clock in the morning. But given your wise words, I think I will try to boot up a laptop and do that from another device, because if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck. And if I drop out, you might not have anyone to talk to.
This is true. I can try and dig up a link for you to the live stream. There's a significant chance that it will all be in Russian, though.
I don't need to hear their commentary. I just want to watch it explode.
Hopefully we can get finance back. I'm not sure if he went off to.
This isn't a manned launch, right? It's just equipment.
Just Iranian satellites.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? It just dawned on me why Yehuda's not here. Normally he's up, like, feeding a baby or changing a diaper or whatever Yehuda does in the middle of the night. But he's probably not here right now because he's firing up his space laser.
I was about to say he's probably preparing to carry out some classified sabotage mission.
The space laser? fires in the UV spectrum, so nobody can see it unless you have special glasses on.
Well, you can't actually see a laser in space anyways.
Thanks for making me feel stupid, John.
Well, you can't really see a laser in the atmosphere either. In you know, it depends on the atmospheric conditions. Okay, so I have to explain this now because you mentioned it. So essentially,
what we're really seeing is the clouds. We're seeing the density of the air.
Kind of. So more or less what's happening is, so when you see a laser beam in air, like an optical laser, when you see that actual beam through the air, most of the time you won't see it. If you go into, you know, if you just take a laser pointer and you turn it on, you'll see the little dot appear on whatever surface you're pointing it at, but usually you won't actually see the actual beam traveling through the air unless there's like a lot of particulate matter or, you know, anything else in the air like that, besides just, you know, nitrogen and oxygen and the usual stuff that's in the atmosphere. The reason why you see the beam is because it's essentially the light from the otherwise coherent beam, you know, produced by the lasers being scattered by molecules and particles in the air, and that, you know, essentially redirects the light from being, you know, this in phase series of parallel particles traveling, you know, in a parallel direction to those that are, you know, it'll split off some and it'll go flying off in different directions, including towards your eyes. And that allows you to actually, you know, be able to see the beam of light traveling through the air. And that's the reason why it only really happens if you have, you know, a lot of particulate matter in the air. If you take away the atmosphere completely, then, you know, there's no scattering. There's
no
absolute
diffusion.
zero way. Yeah.
So you're saying lasers work way better in space?
Well, there's okay.
Because there's a lack of diffusion?
So, well, it's extinction is the proper word in this sense, because
I didn't take those classes.
So it's a laser would be less attenuated by the presence of a medium, you know, in space, because there is no medium. You know, it would appear if you took a laser, shined it, you know, at something at a given distance in the atmosphere, and compared it to shining it in a vacuum at the same given distance, that dot's going to be somewhat brighter in vacuum because there's no extinction from, you know, medium to attenuate the intensity of the light. The scattering that I was talking on the atmosphere is related to that, but it's slightly different.
I think I'm with you. I can picture it in my head. I'm thinking there's little light packets that are not impacting with microscopic water vapor, and somehow laser beams or lightsabers are stronger in space. But we're way out of my wheelhouse here by now. All I know is, back when I was a kid, you used to be able to buy these probably now illegal lasers on the interweb, and they were stronger than 5 milliwatt, or I don't know, whatever that unit of measure is that I'm sure you can tell us about, John.
Yeah, it's usually measured in watts, so joules per second. Milliwatts is what? That's a thousandth of a joule per second.
Well, I think our nanny state overlords, and I'm being a little facetious there, but somebody imposed a rule that said you can't just import whatever strength laser you want, and now you got to have a freaking license to burn out your eyeballs, unfortunately. So you can't get at least labeled anything stronger than 5 MW now, unless you buy safety glasses to go with it. But back in my day, we had real laser beams. You kids just can't be trusted anymore.
There are people that make their own. Don't worry, I've seen people make homemade lasers that can shatter glass.
I think you and I have watched the same YouTube videos.
That does not surprise me. So I have to ask, well, before I ask you a question, I should say, There's been an update from Operational Command South. A number of pieces of Russian equipment were, in fact, destroyed today. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Pulling up Ukrainian form. Okay. So, over the
They
past
do this
20...
like every 24 hours, correct? So we just get like
Correct.
a day-over-day update.
Correct. So, according to Operation Command South, OC South, approximately 23 Russian troops were eliminated, and a Pantsir SHORAD, short-range air defense system, was destroyed, as was a T-72 main battle tank and a Mista-S self-propelled howitzer.
Я стільки відосів продивилася, це вони виражаються за старших синів. А я ще
A howitzer and what else?
їй 6 років.
And a T-72, and as well as a Pantsir air defense system and 23 Russians.
Чого ще фрейра повтікали?
Somebody sent a message and asked why I was whispering. One, I have earbuds in tonight instead of talking on speakerphone, and two, the woman who lives in my house actually has to work a day job, and she might come in here and throw something sharp in my general direction if I wake her up in the short hours she has to sleep before she has to prepare herself for work. So I am trying to be conscientious of the people I am domiciled with.
I feel your pain. I have been awoken in the middle of the night by an angry significant other because my phone was buzzing constantly throughout the night due to DMs related to Maria Report, both on the Twitter and off the Twitter.
Well, she's become somewhat desensitized to the situation since it's been going on for a while, and I think she's realized that she can fight this current or just go with it. But she's been a pretty good trooper considering how much of my time is now occupied by the Maria Report. I think it is a very worthwhile expenditure of my energy and attention, and I hope that's not the hill she wants to die on. And I hope she didn't hear me say that.
Please stay safe, Ryan.
I've made it this far. I survived my 20s despite my best efforts.
Oh, that's something at least. I wanted to ask you in regards to anything oil and natural gas related that we should be aware of.
Honestly, I could check and see. I have not availed myself of my Wall Street Journal subscription anytime recently, but I was actually trying to find a Russian rocket launch, to be quite honest.
Мне кажется, к вам скоро ракета прилетит. Давай, присылай. Долбоёб.
You know, now that you've mentioned this, if they're live streaming a Russian rocket launch, what better opportunity would some hackers have than to corrupt that feed and insert something else for everyone's viewing pleasure around the world?
That is a very amusing idea. I hope someone does that. I know there's already been a number of different Russian media sources that have been suffered penetrations or breaches of various different kinds since the invasion began, which is obviously a positive development. But yeah, that would be pretty amusing if someone hacked Roscosmos's feed.
No, I don't want to use this web browser for the Russian website. I hate Windows products.
What is it trying to have you open it in a weird browser?
No, it just wanted me to open it in a default browser that I refuse to use because that internet browser is trash and I can't block all of the add-ons and things I don't like to see. I'm a Firefox man myself. I know absolutely nothing about computers, but fortunately my essentially twin brother, who's really not my twin, is an IT expert, so he keeps me from getting myself in trouble on the interwebs. So I'm dumb enough to operate a web browser and a Boolean search, and I know a little bit about politics and history and how to sniff out a bullshit story because I have an unusual addiction to news in a written form. And documentaries, Frontline specifically. I'm the Rain Man of PBS Frontline. I think I've seen every episode they've ever produced, some twice.
I don't watch that much PBS. I think that's a little bit too. I don't watch cable, I'm gonna be honest.
Frontline is an exception in all ways. The PBS NewsHour is some of the most nonpartisan, unbiased American, major broadcasting that you can get, and they provide an hour of news on a daily basis, much like ABC, CBS, and NBC used to. But unfortunately for, American media literacy, those three networks have all dropped down to the 30-minute news broadcast each night. And PBS is the only one that still keeps up an hour of coverage on a daily basis. They've all somewhat shifted over to the streaming mechanism just because that's what the young kids watch now. You can't explain it to them or entertain them within 30 seconds. They don't care about it.
Yeah, I mainly read my news like online. Young people don't really watch TV that much. That's my take based on my own experience.
Well, that was the old version of the Maria Report. They always have a pro and a con, or people from presumably both sides of the political spectrum on their news broadcasts. So anytime they bring up a topic, they have a healthy, mature, and scholarly debate of the issues at hand instead of devolving into ad hominem attacks and blaming everything on whichever political slant they don't cater their audience to. So that's the old gold standard of non-biased media coverage, and it's a shame that they don't get any more credit than they do. I think Lucian has joined us. Lucian, how goes it?
Hey guys, I'm lost in the rain in Juarez, and it's summertime too.
You're in
That's
Juarez,
from the Bob
and it's
Dylan
raining?
song, but I'm
gonna
just
say you're having
I've
way more fun than
mentioned,
me.
I've mentioned Nadia Savchenko in previous online recordings, I guess. She's a buddy of mine. And then Simon Ostrovsky, who apparently has gone media dark, just nowhere in there. I've had a beer with him. I see Alexander Vindman has popped out in the media today or something. But I don't know what to say. I just this space is interesting because it's constantly changing, and I like that. And I'm continuously drawn to that. And I've taken some breaks, but I did become addicted to it, and I've been like a silent listener. But I really appreciate the work to keep it a very diplomatic space and very open-minded, and I really, really appreciate that, because I just, it just sucks, sometimes, because I see things being so partisan and within America, and I'm an American, but not necessarily in Canada. I don't really know if I can have my finger on the pulse of Canada, but it's an interesting space, and it is open-minded, and for sure, if you're gonna crank out crazy stuff, then you're gonna get shut down. And I also respect that. It's not a space for cranking out crazy stuff, but I really dig the space. So I'm just saying that I've supported Maria Aid, and I really dig the stuff, the focus here. And I thank you for the time to speak, and I thank all the hosts for doing their work and cutting out time from their life to support this space. So thanks.
Well, I got a really nice message from a listener today who is, I believe, doing some work on the ground in Ukraine with amputees or medical aid for civilians and possibly service persons as well. But they were lucky enough to get in touch with somebody else here in the space that they met because this space existed, and had a very fruitful conversation that they were at least hopeful would result in some direct benefit that is going to help amputees and people who've been injured by bombs and the merciless shelling from the Russians. And I thanked that person for thanking me. I honestly am not sure what, if anything, I did other than happening to be sitting in the co-host seat and pointing the two of them at each other. But hearing something small like that, and knowing that just being here and holding this space open, and being the meeting point for people who are interested in seeing an end to this war and helping in any way they can in the interim, is all the thanks I need. It makes all the time that I've spent here, both listening and contributing, or co-hosting when other people need to take some time off, completely worthwhile. If I can help,
thank you, Andrew.
One kid get a worthwhile prosthetic and be able to live their life somewhat normally again, instead of hobbling around or feeling like they're handicapped, then that's a tiny contribution on my end, and a life-changing one on theirs. And again, I don't think I did anything at all. But the idea that I, even crossed that person's mind to thank me, the thanks is more than enough, and I don't think it's deserved. People like Yehuda and people like these surgeons in the U.S. who offered, their time and their expertise when, they do $2 million surgeries, and for them to offer up their services and their surgical suites and the resources, and for the whatever hospitals it were to write off the stay and the medicines and all of the other accoutrement that goes with a surgery and a rehab, like putting somebody's face back together, is way larger contribution than I could ever give in offering a few hours of my day when I'm interested in this anyway. How could I not step up and help and moderate a little bit when I have the capacity?
Well, thank you, Ryan.
Actually, I just
I-
realized I'm only a speaker. I'm not even a co-host right now. Somebody boot Finance. He fell asleep.
Don't worry, Ron. I'm about to head out in just a minute.
Okay. Well, is anybody awake yet to roll one of us over? You can go to sleep if you'd like. But
I
if you
think
go,
Ghost can do it. If you're available to take over as co-host until we can get Finance back.
Yeah, sure. If you guys get some sleep.
Well, thank you, Ryan and John Rich, for your work. I've also worked in that space of helping to recover Ukrainian military and civilian personnel from the war. And it's a tough space, and sometimes you need to decompress and get back to normal life, and sometimes getting back to normal life is hard, but I have simple mechanisms, and I do that, and I really appreciate everyone who's working here in this space, and I really appreciate the perspective that it's all about Ukraine surviving, you know. It's not about anything else. And thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lucian. I see the notorious BRP has joined us.
Good morning. Good morning. I just was listening to some sleepy voices from the other side of the Atlantic, and I thought to share a morning voice that is hopefully not yet too sleepy while making coffee. So how's it going?
It's going wonderful on my end. I've had a very eventful evening here. I was off the space for most of the night, and I hopped on about an hour ago and stepped in to relieve Finance. I think he had to step away and is otherwise engaged, but it is towards the end of the North American shift anyhow, so I took over for John to let him get some shut-eye and hopefully watch a Russian missile launch fail in spectacular fashion. The Roscoms is launching a satellite for the Iranians, and it will be live broadcast on the internet in a few minutes.
We are all hopeful to see some spectacular failure live. So.
Well, and as I was telling John, they've painted a giant Iranian flag on the side of this Soyuz rocket. I don't know what kind of rocket it is. I'm talking way out of my lane here. Whatever kind of rocket it was, I assumed it was Iranian because it was painted as such. So I speculated that maybe the Mossad had already corrupted the launch. But now that I know it's a rocket from Russia, I have a lot less faith in that tinfoil hat theory.
Anything eventful throughout the European night?
We had HIMARS o'clock 3 times over. I think it was 2 ammo depots, and I need to go back and look. The third one